and welcome everyone to a brand new competitive year, a new season of Grandmasters, and most importantly, a new competitive format. Making its debut in week 2 of our first season of Hearthstone Grandmasters this year will be the brand new format called Trio, and fortunately for you, your boy Sottle is here to talk you through exactly how it works. Trio starts with all players in the tournament being offered the same groups of 3 different classes. For example, Druid, Paladin, and Mage. There can be any number of these groups, but crucially, all players receive the same options. Players then select one group of classes blindly without knowing what anyone else in the tournament has selected, but crucially knowing that all players have selected from the same options they did. Importantly, these class buckets do not contain any cards that you must play or even a suggestion of an archetype. Each player has complete freedom to build whatever they like within the classes they have chosen. Once all players have chosen and submitted their lineup, then the actual match format is just good old-fashioned best of 5 conquest, only in this case with no ban, because each player only has a 3-deck lineup. For those of you unfamiliar with conquest, that just means that each player is free to queue any deck they like for the duration of the series, but after each deck wins, it is then no longer eligible for selection. The first player to win with all 3 of their decks is declared victorious and wins the series. So what's the big idea here? Well, we like Conquest as a format. It generally works, it creates interesting strategies and risk-reward calculations which are generally pretty fun to watch. However, there is a risk that, particularly deep into a certain metagame, you create an amount of homogeneity and repetition as these alleged optimal order strategies evolve and players start to follow those strategies. With Trio, you have a lot more agency to force players out of their comfort zone. For example, if a particular class is underrepresented, let's say Warlock, you can force every player to play Warlock by just including Warlock in every single one of the class groupings that are available. Conversely, if a class is overrepresented, let's just say, I don't know, Priest, for example, you could force every player in the tournament not to play Priest by not including Priest in any of the class groupings that are available. You could even do things like pair classically aggro classes alongside classically control classes, which would force players to demonstrate a range of skills. There really are myriad options that you can present to players to make them think outside of the box. And then the layers really start to appear. If you notice that every available set of classes has a Warlock in it, do you build a full anti-Warlock strategy, safe in the knowledge that every opponent you face is 100% guaranteed to have Warlock in their lineup, and you can just beat up on that Warlock and prevent it from getting its required conquest win? Do you make your own Warlock something annoying and off-meta to prevent your opponents from being able to do the same thing to you? But there will be plenty of time for deeper strategy breakdowns during our debut broadcast, which you should absolutely watch, by the way, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. In short, Trio format allows a tournament organizer to present a unique, tricky, crunchy puzzle to players to try and solve for each individual tournament or each week of play that they have to face, really putting their game knowledge and their deck building to the test. So that is all you need to know. What is your first impression of the Trio format? What groupings do you think the Hearthstone Esports team are going to throw at our players for our trial week in Grandmasters? Will this format last longer than Specialist? Give me the answer to all those questions, and any questions you might have, put them down below in the comment section, and make sure to hit the subscribe button on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube so that you do not miss a single event in what is sure to be an absolutely packed year of Hearthstone Esports content. Thanks everyone, and take care.
He's popping, his fist popping, he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Where is cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there! Oh, sick!
happy with the pop-off. Well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters, the pinnacle of Hearthstone esports, and for the moment still the premier way that our players have to qualify through to the World Championship, which, even though it's only week 2, is already forefront in our players' minds, because there are only 3 weeks of initial play before we head to the playoffs this season, after which one player will go to the World Championship. So right now, Gia, there's a lot of emotions, both good and bad, amongst our players, as it's starting to become pretty clear who has a chance to get through to those playoffs in week 4.
That's right. With playoffs looming on the horizon, most people will be hungry to replicate lambyseries result from last week. And speaking of Lamby himself, because he won week 1 and has qualified through to at least today for this week, it feels like he's mathematically guaranteed to playoffs, given that we only have 3 weeks of earning points. He got those 5 points last week. He has at least 1 for this week, and we'll see who can join him up at the upper echelons of APAC.
Oh, cannot wait to see how it's going to be shaken out. All our players, this is their final chance to get that win in a season of Grandmasters, with a little addendum of a Grandmasters last call for the final season of Grandmasters later on this year. But for most of our players, this is their last shot of making it. And so here we can see the overview of Grandmasters for this season. 3-week season with a playoff, as I said, weekly dual tournaments in which all our players play 2 matches off stream yesterday. And then today we are playing the decider match in all 4 of those groups until we have a 8-player single elimination bracket to play out on Saturday and Sunday. The better you place each week, the more points you get for playoffs qualification. And then down there at the bottom, as you may have seen, a rotating format we have in our 3 initial weeks of play here, with there being Conquest, sure, last hero standing, absolutely, we expect that. And the third format this time is not Specialist, as I'm sure lots of people will be happy to hear. It's Trio, which hopefully people will be happy to hear, as it is a very exciting new format that we are debuting here for the first time in Grandmasters, in which players get to choose a trio of 3 predetermined curated classes. There are 5 buckets to choose from, if you will, 5 sets of 3 classes, and then there are 3 decks per player. You don't ban any of them, and then you play in a best of 5 format. It's essentially like Conquest after that, when you win with a deck, it's ticked off and you move on to one of your other ones. And I think, as we can see from the diversity of picks in terms of the available choices, it's a very contentious metagame right now, Gia.
Absolutely. If nobody was able to catch the video before we actually started Grandmasters, hopefully you got to see some of that. But Sottle did go in depth about the kind of strategies you can potentially go for in Trio. For example, our buckets for this week, out of the 5 of them, 4 of them contained warriors. So with that in mind, players could maybe think, okay, maybe I should just pick a bucket that can prey on warrior. But then you start to ask yourself, well, there's more than one viable warrior archetype at the moment. You have Kazakhstan warrior, you have charge warrior, both of them in the control variant, but all the way on the other end is the fact that there's quest warrior. And I think people sort of started to see the flaws in the slower control based warriors last week, as we saw players like Superfake really go in and hard target them. So nobody ended up bringing control warrior in APAC outside of Shaxy, I believe. And then instead we have tons of aggro warrior.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very risky decision again by Shaxy this week, which I hope to see work out from him, because like you say, Control Warrior is very targetable. We saw that happen last week from both Fled and Superfake, doing it in tremendous style, both doing very, very well in their respective regions. But the problem is, well, the way you can exploit that, I suppose, is if everyone expects Control Warrior to be targeted, no one's going to bring it. No one's going to bring the targets. So then it becomes good again. It's all this replicating cycle, this endless double, triple bluffing that often happens in Conquest-style formats in Hearthstone. And so I'm really excited to see how the players who went a little bit out of left field are going to be performing here. And of course, if they can find that winning strategy, that gold dust to get them through to the finals, they are going to be handsomely rewarded. First place this week walks away with $3,150, $500 extra per win that you are picking up, in addition to 1 point per win that you are picking up as well. And as you said, with lambyseries picking up 5 points last week and already guaranteed at minimum 1 this week, given his 1-1 scoreline, it's looking like he's pretty much solidified, set to be in playoffs, even if he somehow finishes up towards the bottom with a bad run from here on out. And so for all of our players, just giving themselves the peace of mind of finishing first, getting themselves that spot almost guaranteed in playoffs is worth so much for their mind games, their mental play throughout the rest of the season.
That's right. And even for Lamby, who is relatively safe to make it through to playoffs, still a lot that he could go for, because we know, just like from previous seasons of Grandmasters, getting that first or second place seeding in playoffs is a free win in that bracket, and it really helps your chances towards winning the whole thing and qualifying yourself through to the World Championship. And then on top of that, Dark, we also have Grandmasters Last Call, which is our final farewell to Grandmasters, happening later on this year, in which the top 4 players in our playoffs will compete.
Indeed, yeah, to fill up that one remaining slot that one remaining slot to qualify through from Grandmasters to the World Championship. And as we can see here, kind of a tale of two halves here, right? With the players on 2 and more, and the players on 1 and less. It's a little bit more of a spectrum than that, clearly, but the players down at 1 and 0, I think it's really time to start getting those wins. Every single point they can wrestle themselves makes a world of difference, because if you can enter week 3 with, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 points after a couple of so-so weeks, that's fine. That's so salvageable. If you have 2 weeks and only 1 or 2 points, that's when things get really, really scary. Or even 0 points, as Dragonman, one of our new Grandmasters, has been unable to pick up a single win. There's some names on that list that should be starting to feel very scared indeed.
That's right, but on the bright side, there's also a bunch of names that did go 0-2 last week, but have reversed their fortunes this week. Maybe Trio working out well for them. One of them is Trahizan, who actually went 2-0 in his group, defeating Glory and Shaxy, which is actually the first match we're playing out today. Unfortunately, though, it's Gur who falls 0-2 here, and we will not be seeing him on stream this weekend, which I think is a shame, because he had yet another interesting take on his decks.
I know, it's just, I don't even know how to put it for Gur. Like, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Like, he's always so close to showing us something amazing on stream. And his play, for the most part, again, is just very, very solid. He's, what do they call it in Toy Story? Falling with style, I think, would be his style of playing Grandmasters, because even though he hasn't had the most success here, he has been playing some very, very solid Hearthstone. And so hopefully, with a miracle turnaround in week 3, we can see more from Gur, and he can get himself that spot in playoffs. But Shaxy vs Glory, a matchup I'm incredibly excited to jump into, as 2 of our OGs in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Speaking of OGs, it's Alutemu. Never plays on Friday, and he never will. 2-0 this week. 0-2 last week, so he's only got 2 points to his name now, but I think with his slightly more unconventional lineup, he's really hit on something with real potential there, so I'm excited to see him play tomorrow. One player we won't be getting to see, unfortunately, is Possessy, a semi-final appearance last week, looking on fire in his first time on stream since his World Championship victory, and then now we don't even get to see him at all, because he's just completely bottomed out, leaving okasinnsuke versus Mighty for our decider match in Group B.
A bit of a shame with Possessy, but I am glad that we get to see more of okasinnsuke and Mighty, because I think it would be no exaggeration to say that Mighty is looking for a bit of revenge. He did really well on Thursday of last week, went 2-0, but didn't manage to get his foot through the door once he was on stream. His deck's really just not coming together, but I think the lineup is a lot more promising this time. We'll see if he can defeat finalists of last week in okasinnsuke. Over in Group C, though, yet another player who has reversed their fortune. Alan, who went 0-2 last week, is a very solid winner of this week, looking on fire. He's got the most unique lineup for Trio and APAC, and I'd love to see what he's got planned.
Yeah, Alan ended up with the same lineup as someone in the Americas region. It's eluding me who actually ended up being in the end. But as ever, the point is that we're seeing Alan bridge the gap between regions, between APAC, Europe, Americas, even China as well, where he is a frequent caster and I believe also competing in the competitive scene occasionally as well. We really love to see Alan bringing that extra spice from all the different regions and showing it off here in APAC. For our final group, though, in Group D, it is going to be Bank Yugi going 2-0. I was just talking to him very, very briefly in McBanterface's stream just before we went live, who I believe, if he has insomnia as usual, will be watching us. Hey, McBanterface, where Bank Yugi was on top of the world. Another 2-0 week. I believe the only player off to a 2-0 start in both weeks so far. And as I was saying in the rehearsal, I just have a feeling that this type of format is going to work out for Bank Yugi as the extra restrictions force that creativity that he's known for.
Yes, but honestly, when I looked at the different available buckets, one of them, I believe, is Shaman, Warrior, Priest. I was like, that has Bank Yugi written all over. He loves Quest Shaman, he loves Control Priest, and Control Warrior is also viable at the moment. But no, Bank Yugi has gone for a different strategy altogether. A lineup that is similar to MegaGliscor, I believe, with a Ramp Druid in there, Quest Hunter and Quest Warrior. Just some very exciting stuff, and for sure, the breakout deck of this week, aside from the Quest Warrior, I would say that's a breakout deck of last week, already popularized by Flood and Superfake. It's really about Quest Hunter. That's just such a new thing here in APAC, and I think as people have refined the lists a bit more, people are starting to realize this is not just a meme anymore. This deck is powerful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you say it's not a meme. It does happen to have King Muckler in the list, which kind of strictly necessitates it as a meme. But yes, you're absolutely right. I think that the Quest Hunter is the deck that I'm most looking forward to see in action. However, even though we see Glory with that Hunter this week, which is still very disconcerting, seeing 3 classes instead of 4 there on the the preview, he's got Face Hunter, which is very emblematic of his lineup overall, because Glory has gone for pretty much a full aggro lineup. Druid, Warrior, and Hunter is, I think, a really important trio of classes to talk about in this format, as I think most players will have identified that that is the base level, probably strongest group of classes. It was the most picked trio across the entirety of the regions, but the only region in which it was the #1 most picked was APAC, where it was half the field with Druid, Warrior, and Hunter. But at the same time, I believe it was Glory was the only player to take it in a full aggro direction with Beast Druid, Quest Warrior, and Face Hunter as well.
Yeah, I think most of our other players sort of leverage the Kazakhstan builds of Druid / the ramp versions, both of them which seemed like higher overall power level decks. But in terms of cohesiveness of lineup, I think Glory has picked a bucket that really does have that theme fit together, and if he does run into Kazakhstan Druids, then he should be pretty well rewarded. Unfortunately for him, though, his first opponent is Shaxy, who is running 2 Kazakhstan decks, but not of the Druid variant, of the anti-aggro variants in the Priest and the Warrior. It's maybe able to prey on the Mazaki Mage instead if you're Glory, but for now, McBanterface, if you're watching, this is a pretty good cure for insomnia, because we're about to have Control Priest and Control Warrior.
Yes, a great way to preview the new format, Gia, as always. But I do think there's still quite a lot going on under the bonnet here on this particular matchup, because I think you actually, with your genius analytical mind, very quickly saw through the haze of this matchup, whereas I was saying, yes, Shaxy has anti-aggro decks, but Glory's decks are kind of hard to codify as strictly aggro. Like Quest Warrior, yes, for the most part, it's an aggro deck, right? You play minions on curve, you deal a bunch of damage, and you try to close out the game as quick as possible. But it's got a lot of staying power. Rakara, Cap and Rakara in the late game gives you a huge amount of reach if you're able to just stay ahead and not lose board and allow the cannons to go face every single turn. Even Beast Druid, this version of the deck, is not a pure aggro deck. It often functions more like a combo deck, where you just get this huge board, draw a million cards with composting as well. But having said all of that, I think the Kazakhstan twist on the end of the control decks for Shaxy is really what makes this such a stroke of genius from him, in my opinion, because he has that strong anti-aggro package in both the Warrior and the Priest. but he also has an incredibly fast finisher as well, which is exactly what you need against Quest Warrior in particular.
That's right. All jokes aside, even though the early game of these matchups is quite straightforward, generally the Priest and Warrior on Shaxy's side just kind of has to choose what piece of removal they want. Things get very interesting when it heads into the late game where, like you said, Glory's decks still have some punch towards the late game staying power with the Rikara Quest Reward above all else. And then Shaxy needs to find a window to actually close out the game, which would entail playing Kazakhstan. That is the big finisher in the Warrior deck alongside the Onyxia. But for the Priest in particular, that's really the only capability that the Priest deck has of actually closing out a game. The rest of the deck is just removal. So I'm interested to see how Shaxy will approach the matchup, because I think Glory will know from practice that timing the quest reward of Rikara to be as awkward into Kazakhstan for his opponent as possible is a very big deal.
Yeah, exactly. There's a few tricks you have up your sleeve as the Pirate Warrior just to make things awkward for your opponent. As you said, timing things as correctly as possible. But right out the gate, Glory greeted with a very tasty looking hand. Harbor Scamp and Freebooter, I think I'm insta-keeping. Bloodsail Raider maybe a little bit closer, because I think there's room in all of these when Quest Warrior is up against control matchups, I think there's a lot more room to find cards that have a big impact late game. I'm thinking Mutinous or Mr. Smite.
Yes. It's interesting to note that across the board, the Quest Warriors in APAC are running Mutinous. It's just kind of become core to the deck to give you yet another tool to try and scam these anti-aggro matchups. It's a way to eat up Kazakhstan, and even if you miss, eating up their Onyxia or even their own Mutinous can be a very big deal, as these control decks run so few minions, right? You have good odds of if you do eat something, it's gonna be impactful. For now, though, I like that Glory is just prioritizing quest completion. He had the option to go for a coin 3 into 3 curve, but I feel like the Cannoneers saved back when you actually have weapon swings can get so much more damage through, because every incremental bit matters.
Especially as now with the Bloodsail deckhand picked up as the lone 1-drop. There's a lot of very spicy options. Like on this turn, he could have gone Cannoneer, coin, deckhand, swing with the weapon as well, and deal a huge amounts of damage with the cannons. But given that he knows there's a very good chance that Outrider's axe is in hand, I like that he's deviating away.
Yeah, I like that too. He saw the Corsair's cache, and we see Shaxy pre-equipped that now. No room for a Viper in this list from Glory, but I have seen some other Quest Warriors running the Viper, which maybe if that were what Shaxy was up against, he'd be a bit more hesitant here. Glory, though, still going to progress the quest nice and efficiently, just thinking about whether he wants to swing and then play Cargo Guard or play Cannoneer and then swing and accept that your Cannoneer is probably dying, but at least you got to push the damage already.
I think I like Cannoneer. You get the damage while there's no minions on board. I know there's not many, but just like an Onyxian Drake could potentially mess things up. And it's got 3 health, and your opponent has a 4 durability, 3 attack weapon. It's always going to die on the turn it comes down, so I think now is as good a time as any. Shaxy getting himself, honestly, what is shaping up to be a really nice hand. Weapon at the start to deal with all these minions and draw a bunch of cards. Card draw. The only thing he's really missing now is armor gain, because his health total is a little bit flimsy at this point, but even just Rancor alone can go a long way to fixing that.
It could, but he probably needs something to go alongside it to get all the minions from Glory within range. However, there's a couple that can just be Rancored straight up here, like the Harbor Scamp that's at the board, the Freebooter in hand, and the Cult Neophyte. So we'll see if Glory has Rancor on his mind as he goes about developing the next round of threats. For Shaxy, picked up a very clutch minefield last turn, but if he doesn't find that armor gain, like you were saying, it starts to get really scary, all the way down to 14 now. And when you're facing Quest Warrior, Smite is always going to be on your mind.
And so how does he best play around that? Mutinous not available for a whole extra turn. And honestly, given that this deck is almost entirely minions, Mutinous to hit exactly Mr. Smite is a very dubious prospect indeed. And so we could be looking at hero power plus the Drake just to get a taunt in the way, which is going to save you a little bit of health, I suppose. But instead, he's just drawing some more cards right now. And yeah, going for the Rancor. I respect it.
Yeah, I like that he takes the armor instead of the card draw here. He has quite enough resources to see him through the late game. He has Brawl and Rancor for the next board. The Shield Shatter looking a bit awkward. If he picks up Frozen Buckler, that could be the key turn where Shaxy gets to not only clear the board, but maybe develop the Onyxian Drake and give himself some breathing room. But for now, Glory is able to progress the quest again, get the Rakara in hand. However, this is going into 7 mana, so he has to ask himself whether it's worth ending with Rakara in hand against a Mutinous deck, against a Glide deck. That's always the question.
It's a good point, and he does go with the Neophyte here, which does still allow him to play Rakara next turn, but also plays around that Mutinous. So very well spotted by you, and Glory, actually, for that matter, to give himself maximum protection. Rakara is a very tempting pickup now that it gains you the full 10 armor. It's, in a way, just his best defensive option right now, aside from, I guess, Bulwark, which feels a little bit early.
Yeah, it's a battle of Rakaras here. It does mean that he gives up the guaranteed armor hero power, but I think against Pirate Warrior, you can rest easy that you'll have targets to gain the honorable kill armor instead. And Rakara activates his Shield Shatter, so it's actually a very clean turn here. And I guess he can expend a swing of the Outrider's Axe Face before he replaces the weapon. I don't feel that Shaxy needs any more card draw at the moment. I'd like to see him just be as defensive as possible, knowing that Captain Rakara is coming up. That being said, whether or not he's able to clear the Captain Rakara on the very next turn depends on how much armor he'll have, and it feels like it'll be safe if he just doesn't tank this board. Oh, holds off on Rakara though.
I mean, this is a line I wasn't even considering. The main other one I was looking at was just like, play the Drake, even though it only deals 1 damage, and then just play Bulwark, just so it's like proactively played, and maybe you can chunk through a few hits, then go with the Rakara afterwards. But I was honestly just coming up with that to have a counterpoint. Like, I think your line did make the most sense to me, as now Shaxy does have an answer to Rakara, admittedly, with his own Rakara, of course, and then the Shield Shatter plus a Shield Slam in order to actually take out Rakara, but it's pretty expensive, as we can see.
Right, he does technically get to catch more minions in the crossfire of the Shield Shatter, but I feel like if he had gone for it last turn, you kind of expect only 1 or 2 minions to be developed, which you can then still clear with just Shield Slam and Swing. So with the pickup of Heavy Plate, there's now options because he doesn't have to spend 7 mana on gaining armor here. Can just spend 3, and he can go Shield Slam and hold on to Shield Shatter, but it doesn't clear the whole board, which I don't like.
So it could be swing into the 3-2, Heavy Plate, Shield Slam, Rakara, and then just Bulwark to make sure you're very, very unlikely to die on the following turn.
True. It's a shame that 2 of the charges immediately get up by the cannon, but it's not going to get much better than that at this point in the game. I don't think Shaxy can reliably try to stick a minion. It's the fact that his own Rakara had to be delayed a turn that makes things a little bit awkward, but at least he still has the full clear with the Shield Slam. It does feel expensive, but he still has at least Brawl and Rancor if the Pirates generated are a bit small.
And the real problem here for Shaxy, despite having a really nice start, having drawn a bunch of cards, like 13 cards left in deck on turn 8, is very, very fast for a control deck. But he doesn't have his win condition online, which is the real problem here, something he really needs to sort out. And not only does he need to find that Kazakh-san to actually get his win condition, he needs to find time to play it, because Glory, for the next 1 or 2 turns at least, is not going to be slowing down on the development.
Although this turn does feel a bit awkward because replacing the Spiked Wheel with the Fiery War Axe, it's kind of the same of just pressing your hero power button, and Glory might want to start weaving in like extra damage where he can find it. Because he's running out of threats himself here, and it looks like he's not going to play Sword Eater. Or maybe he swings and then equips the War Axe, but really the War Axe doesn't matter. It's getting replaced by the Juggernaut next turn. As long as the Neophyte hits the board this turn, I'd be happy with the turn, because he is going to start developing again, and he just wants to make it as awkward as possible for Shaxy to play a Brawl or a Rancor.
There is that hero power, though. Are we bet on playing the Neophyte at any point in this game? It could just give them more armor, as Glory here, you know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it kind of feels like he's setting up for either a generated or a drawn Mr. Smite, and is hoping to just get there through burst from hand at this point.
A good call. Neophyte, I guess, is just never ever getting played then. That doesn't gain charge with Mr. Smite. And like you said, it's bait for the hero power. Glory just didn't feel that any board development he would have that turn is relevant enough to justify Shaxy spending 2 mana to gain armor. And because of that, Shaxy may or may not have the window to play Mutinous. It is very, very scary here. I feel like if I were him, I'd hold off a turn. And
oh, really?
yeah, maybe like Bulwark, but then again, the scariest thing right now is Smite, right? And if you think it's in hand, you have a shot at munching it up right away. So it's a huge crossroads here. Being at 10 health, always scary. Cannons also need to be considered, but he goes for it. Eats the Bloodsail Raider, which makes potential Smite damage less in the long run.
Exactly, yeah, that's a really big deal to hit. As another Whetstone Hatchet is not what he was looking for, nor is the Harbor Scamp, nor is the Shiver Their Timbers. A disastrous turn for Glory all round. Like, yeah, he gets to kill the Mutinous, but this development is barely pitiful.
Yeah, and it is hero powerable for Shaxy. Honorable kill on the Scamp gives him that much needed armor. The rest of Shaxy's hand looking a bit slow, but I don't think it's a big problem for him. Honestly, if he wants, he could also go for a Rancor angle. If the Neophyte gets played, he still has access to Outrider's Axe plus Rancor. And he would miss a hero power, but that's fine. I mean, for Glory, like, you can't make the hero power argument anymore, right? To not play Neophyte, because you already have a target for it on board. But he
I make the Rancor argument, though.
Okay. Never mind. He plays it at the end. Rancor argument is very real right now, like you said. So if Shaxy tanks 2 with the Outrider's Axe and plays Rancor, he is back up to 11. That feels pretty healthy. Smite top deck, however, means that any weapon with 1 attack is enough.
And so what if we deviate away from the Rancor plan? I feel like that might be a bit of a bait here, as you can just go for hero power the 3-2, heavy plate and swing. I know that it uses the heavy plate, which is like a very valuable resource and doesn't get value from the Rancor when it's pretty good. But you do get the hero power. Like, he's gained the same amount of armor you would have gained from the hero power anyway at this point, and now he can't play, you know, the hero power and heavy plate at the same time.
True. But I guess he is just going to heavy plate at the end of this. Replacing the original weapon with the Outrider's Axe did seem pretty unnecessary there, just to get extra armor, but you'd have to tank the damage anyway, so it's a moot point. In the end, he goes for the Bulwark instead of heavy plate, which I think is a pretty good window to spot it.
And I would argue also made a mistake by not hero powering a minion at the start, because he could have gained 2 more armor, and I would rather have 2 more health than deal 2 damage to my opponent in this instance.
But he Rancored them, so he got the armor.
But he could have just hero powered them first, right? And then you gained 4 armor instead of 2 off of one of them, right?
Oh, true, true. Yeah. 4 off of one and then 2 from the other for 6 total.
Yeah, yeah. Or, as I said, even just deviate away from the Rancor. I don't know. It just smelled like a turn that maybe wasn't as sequenced out as it could have been.
In any case, we've ended up in a weird stalemate where Glory is waiting and waiting to draw or generate Smite, and Shaxy is waiting and waiting to hit one of his threats, Kazakusan or Onyxia, because he's finally bought himself this window of breathing room, right? Oh no. One of the worst weapons.
Oh, it's a disaster. He's hit a 1-attack weapon 3 turns in a row, and the turn before that, he hit a 0-attack weapon. Like, this has been so unbelievably below average.
Still holds onto the Raider, though, to go along with Smite for the most charge damage. And that minion generated is yet another target for Shaxy to hero power, but that is not. He's just going in with the Onyxia, setting up the counter lethal. And all of these whelps on board, very likely to soak the cannon damage.
Very true. There's a gore howl. That's what we're talking about. And there's Mr. Smite. No way. Oh my god, that makes up for so many turns of bad weapons, bad pirates, bad draws, all just crumbles in the face of Mr. Smite. That was like 13 overkill at the end as well, and I think Shaxy's very unimpressed face says it all, as that is what I was hypothesizing would be the matchup between Pirate Warrior and all these control decks. And that is what this Control Warrior is missing when compared to the Priest. It can't consistently hit Kazaka-san. And so even when it finds these turns of low pressure, this breathing room, it can't capitalize on that, as the Onyxia just came down too late in that instance. And obviously, Glory getting pretty lucky to round it out.
Yeah, there were many windows where Shaxy could have gotten Kazaka-san and Onyxia and just counter-lethaled way sooner. But on the flip side, Glory also had many turns where he just blanked on weapons that were decent, blanked on good generated pirates, and didn't find Mr. Smite. So both players getting unlucky to a certain extent. But it does show that the theory originated by Fled and Superfake, in that the Quest Warrior is just a good matchup into control Kazaka-san Warrior, still holds up right now. And even though I said that this is a matchup where if Shaxy had been on the Priest instead was maybe much more doable, I don't think it's a disaster for Shaxy just yet, because this is the deck that he is really looking to prey on. The Face Hunter, this is the worst nightmare to face up into Kazaka-san Warrior.
It is, yeah. That is a pretty much... I mean, you know, it's not a no-win matchup at all. Obviously, you can get off to a really fast start. This Warrior deck does have quite a few cards that are pretty dead in the early game. Rakara takes a long time to come online. Maybe you don't have the combo cards to go with Shield Shatter, Onyxia, Kazaka-san. There are all these pieces that make it far from an auto-win. But at the same time, if you draw one Rancor in a timely fashion, even just a Minefield at the start, all of these cheap removal cards just absolutely decimate everything the Hunter is trying to do. And strangely enough as well, I think the other thing that's going against Glory here is that while most players seem to have deviated away from the Trampling Rhino variant, going for the Furious Howl version instead, he's gone with this version, which is going to be very, very difficult to get any damage in, because this Warrior just doesn't really play minions.
True. The only thing he can hope to trample is Onyxia and Drake. Maybe whelps from Onyxia herself, but I think Shaxy, if he finds a spot to get down Raid Boss Onyxia, he's too far ahead that a Rhino can be threatening at that point. Maybe just the 5/5 body or 7/6 if you get it off of the Wrangler could be a problem for Shaxy to deal with, but for now, the most important thing for Glory is to find minions he can buff with Doggy Biscuit and Ramming Mount. Going taller feels a lot more potent versus the Warrior compared to just building a lot of small minions that can get sniped by Minefield easily.
All right, what is this? Coin Neophyte, hope to stick the Doggy Biscuit, and then even if you miss, you have the lowly Orc Merchant to stick a Ramming Mount and a Doggy Biscuit on in the next 1 or 2 turns. A good start, and without, as you said, the immediate answer of Minefield available, Glory does get free reign of this start.
However, no matter what board he chooses to develop with buffs or going wide, the Minefield will make work.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly 5 damage needed to deal with this. And that's already a huge disaster for Glory, because there is just nothing he can say. Oh, the little pout he gave.
Well,
yeah.
GG. That was fun.
All right. What's the out? Another 1-cost minion? Nope, that ain't it.
Okay. Traded away, and another Neophyte. Oh no! Disaster Glory.
And Shaxy
Oh,
can
you
just
poor man.
play a 4/5 straight up, and he's on just ahead on board.
Yeah, T. Yeah, T.
With taunt. Boo.
I mean, I think realistically what he's doing is right. You just don't need to, right? Like, it will deal the battle cry damage to a Rhino or a Barrack Kodobane or a Wrangler, whatever it is. It will just kill it immediately and then continue to be a taunt. And as we can see, it's going to be a long way away to victory here for Glory. The only way I can see him having really much of a chance at all is if Shaxy just completely bricks on any kind of proactive win condition of his own until like the bottom 2 cards of his deck. And I don't know, maybe Glory is able to hero power him down with by like sticking a 2/2 for the entire game or something ridiculous like that. It's going to be like 15-20 turns down the line if he gets there.
Finds a way to get damage from piercing shot though. Very cute, utilizing the ram immune here. Let's go, Glory. Doing what he can. Shaxy's already down to 28.
What an absolute Chad. Well, that's a good draw.
Gets the good weapon, gets the draws. Not having him here. I was already going to try and fill time by theory crafting how we can build Face Hunter to be like the quest warrior, right? Where you do get aggressive in the start, and then you have your quest at the end for some sustain. What if we just stick a Tavish in Face Hunter? Does that make it better?
I could see that, yeah, that could get there, right? Just get an infinite number of Huffers that should be able to get the job done. But man, that is why Glory is the caster's choice right there. There are so many players, especially here in APAC, where there are a bunch of spiteful sods who would just play that out for like 30 minutes at least and force us to talk about nothing. Not our world champ in Glory. Forever the absolute champion. And as he throws that one down, 1-1. Great, okay, the Warrior's out of the way, Mage and Priest next. And while we're talking about the decks that Shaxy is going to prey on, namely this Hunter, which for the Warrior was essentially a free win. It's a pure anti-aggro deck versus the purest of aggro decks. For the decks that Glory can prey on, I'm looking much more so at the Mage than this Kazakhstan Priest, which is also, for the most part, a very strong anti-aggro deck. Not to the extent of the Control Warrior, I don't think. As you can see, there's no Zyrella, no Condemn. It has removal, absolutely, of course, in the Lightmore, against all odds, if you can believe it. And the Holy Smites, Apathies, Devouring Plague, all that goodness. But it's a little bit more susceptible to aggro, exchanging that instead for a much more consistent win condition with all the draw for Kazakhstan.
Still, though, I think you have the tools necessary to deal with aggro. Even without the Condemn, you have access to Holy Smite, you have access to the Nether Drake, which has just kind of taken the place of Condemn. And Shaxy has instead opted for Against All Odds as more consistent removal for the more late-game threats that a Quest Warrior might put forward instead, and is also Holy Spell to keep that crucial balance of Holy and Shadow spells intact to make sure your Nether Drakes are always active. And you are almost always going to find the Nether Drakes as well because he has double Insight and double Horn of Rathian. And the Horn of Rathian in this deck, unlike with Miracle Priest, is always going to get the 2/1 rushers because the only minions in the deck are dragons.
And Gia, it looks like with these combination of skins, Baby Bear actually got her dream. She gets to meet Prince Charming Anduin. It's a true love story, and I'm sorry that Jambray has no part in it.
Is he gonna get a new command? Exclamation point Anduin. Well, this is, however, a bit problematic. This is something that Minefield answers very easily, but for Shaxy here, he doesn't have like points of damage at a time until Devouring Plague is available. And now, even if he top decks it, Glory has put enough health forward that the 4 damage in 1 damage increments is not enough to get through here, and very likely leaves a Trog multiplying.
Okay, guaranteed Whelps rushing in here as well with the Horn, one of the more powerful parts of the deck. And he can make it so it's not guaranteed clearable next turn, but puts him in a very strong position to clear off the Trog. But in the end, I guess he's relying more on Hysteria or Against All Odds, maybe even to kill off this Trog in 1 or 2 turns' time.
Yeah, I mean, the decision at the end there was whether to trade the 2-1 Whelp into the Og Merchant or the other Trog. Shaxy just kind of thinking, which one gives me better odds of Hysteria being a full clear? And I think Shaxy could expect that another minion would likely be played here for Glory, so he left the lower health minion on board, hoping that the Hysteria on the Trog could deal more damage. Nothing developed though, but it's probably still worth the Hysteria to finally... Oh, sorry, it doesn't even kill the Trog. If he goes Thrive, is there something that helps out here? Maybe you could just look for Insight to try and find another Drake and set up for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do anything immediately. It's just the idea that playing it is not that bad, giving them another Trog, because anything that they're going to play on turn 4 likely dies to against all odds anyway. Like any of the buffs in... what would it be, Ramming Mount or Doggy Biscuit, both bring the Trog up to 3 attack anyway, and the Wrangler would also be a 3 attack minion. But in the end, for Shaxy, with just a 1-1 left on the other side of the board, it doesn't look like that is necessary. What's more important is getting some actual healing in this situation, because Glory has just been slowly chugging away on the other side, hero powering every turn, finding a really nice use for the piercing shot here. And weirdly enough, for Priest, it's not the removal they're lacking, it's the healing. No healing cards in hand whatsoever. Means that Shaxy really needs to find something to get himself out of range, renew, Gift of the Naru, even Devouring Plague, just something to pull himself back up.
I mean, Glory just sees the matchup very, very clearly, right? Recognizing that he's just going to use the piercing shot on his own Og Merchant last turn. By this point, it's just a liability and is just going to keep pushing through damage without developing board, because a part of Shaxy's potential healing comes from Glory having a board, right? And the Devouring Plague. I think it's very clever, but Shaxy does finally find a Shard of the Naru to get rid of this pesky Trog. There's a bit of healing with the Gift of the Naru, but I think he's going to save it and weave in the hero powers every turn, because he does need to maximize his healing, right? This is not a game where he's going to have the right to play Kazakhstan until he's seen every burn spell possible. Oh, 1 mana off.
It's so close, isn't it? Glory punished a little bit, I suppose you could argue, for not going Adorable Infestation plus Piercing Shot last turn, instead going for Hero Power plus the aimed shot. I think he was still correct to do so, but it does now mean that it's going to be a little difficult to actually activate this Piercing Shot, which annoyingly for Glory could be the difference between finding lethal or not. So any cheap minion draw is fantastic for him, especially as Shaxy gets himself Gift of the Naru into Renew, trying to find some more healing here with another gift off the Renew. Is he actually pulling himself out of this hole?
I am just going to call that Gift of Renew. It heals for 3. It's a... Well,
oh my Lord.
Yeah, Glory's used both aim shots and 1 piercing shot. So actually, beyond these 2 spells in hand, the only other piece of burn in his deck is Quick Shot. Even if he top decks Barracuda Bane, it is barely doing anything at this point.
And so he just does everything he can.
Yeah. Oh, Shaxy.
Oh, really?
Okay, it's not weak to... Piercing shot is the thing.
No.
Or is it weak to Rhino? And Shaxy does at some point have to end the game, right? Can he get away theoretically with just hero powering every turn? I don't think so, but he doesn't want to play a small minion either, because those are weak to piercing shot. In the end,
oh my Lord,
pops out a bit, but finds another gift. Okay, surely it's the time to play Kazakhstan next turn.
Yeah, you'd think so now, with a Plague as well. Like, even if that just buys him another turn, he might stick the Drake on the turn after. It's slowly getting there. Not a bad draw at all here for Glory. He can just go Trog, Adorable, Piercing Shot, Hero Power, or just full pass entirely and go for it next turn instead.
In terms of overall burn, if he top decks Quick Shot, he has access to 11 damage from hand. Including the hero power. But as long as Shaxy is above that magic 11, there's just nothing that can be done. And he is at 11, including weaving in the hero powers every turn. And I think he is aware that without a board on either side, there's no way for Glory to get additional burst from a Rhino.
I mean, both players just completely unwilling to play minions of any kind. Like you say, for Shaxy, he's afraid of the Rhino. For Glory, he's afraid of the Devouring Plague. And so until he can clear off every minion that he plays or leave as little health on board as possible, I imagine he's just going to be hero powering every turn because he knows these minions alone are not going to be sticking. They're not going to be getting there. And so he sticks to the plan. Hero power, hero power, hero power, plus the 5 burst from Piercing Shot, maybe plus a little bit extra from that quick shot you were talking about. And if Shaxy can't find another gift, eventually maybe this gets there in this endless stalemate.
But I think Shaxy's clear to play Kazaka-san here now, though, because he can weave in the hero power, and he still has hero powers every single turn, even if the treasures are all disasters. But he'll just take any treasure that deals burn damage or can copy Kazaka-san at this point, right? He doesn't want the treasures that develop a board that's Rhinoable. So even that's been removed now. Boombots, let's say, for example, will not be a big priority because he doesn't want to give Glory additional burst damage. But he should be safe in the knowledge that if you have an 8/8 minion, that's not trampleable unless Glory commits some additional mana to other minions. And if he commits other mana to minions, then he won't be able to play Piercing Shot / Quick Shot in the same turn and also won't have lethal that way. Playing Horn to create some hand space. Wow.
Yeah.
How long can he wait, though? Because it can't just be a stalemate forever because he'll fatigue before Glory. Like, I feel like this was the window to play Kazaka-san.
I agree. I mean, I guess he's thinking, like, at the very least, he's going to get 1 or 2 more turns before anything changes. I don't really know what you would do with that extra time that you wouldn't have done with the Kazaka-san anyway. He might be hoping for, I don't know, just to draw the extra healing before he transforms his deck. Like he's trying to find
Maybe.
Thrive, Gift, Palm maybe as well, and the Renew, of course, and then go for Kazaka-san. But this is such a weird pan out.
I guess so. He is just completely greeting it because I guess Shaxy just mathed it out also, where if Glory is only just hero powering this every turn, again, the maximum damage Glory can do in a single turn without any board developed is 11, from having to play a 1-drop into Adorable Infestation into the 1-drop you get from that. So you have a Marsuel, which you can target for 5 damage. And then a Quick Shot and a hero power and the weapon swing for 11. But I think that might even be 11 mana. So Glory would have had to prepare the Adorable Infestation on a prior turn.
You don't have to play the Infestation there, right? You can just go 1-drop Piercing Shot
Oh,
instead.
true, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Sorry, I was looking at this even before he had Og Merchant or Vulpertinger.
Right, yeah.
Sleepy Dragon?
Sleepy Dragon, does that play around his fears of Rhino potentially killing him if he plays a minion?
I guess
Apparently so.
He says 12 health is better than 8 and also doesn't delete the Renew in his deck. Fair enough. But, okay. If Glory top decks Rhino and he plays all these 1-drops before the Rhino, how much extra damage can he milk here? Because he can go Trog, Adorable, Og Merchant, all the Vulpertingers, and then the Rhino, and then swing. Maybe I'm inventing board space, but like you want the Rhino to trample because the rest of these are not giving you damage.
Oh, so you want to go Rhino, Ramming, Adorable, Orc Merchant, I guess? Or maybe Vulpertinger is just the more efficient way. Maybe you don't even go Ramming Mount. You could just go maximum minions. Yeah, okay.
All right. So he's just developing board. And then, okay, I see. So he'll swing.
No, he's messed up. He's messed up.
Played too much attack on board. The swing would kill the 412. He was trying to set it up in a way that after the swing of the Truant Crescent, that the 412 would end up on 1 health, and then he could trample it again with the natural attack from the Rhino. But maybe he forgot to count the weapon swing damage, and that is kind of a disaster now.
It's a game-losing blunder. This is just kind of over now. He does 1 damage here instead of, what, 5 that he was hoping to do. The Rhino dies. He didn't play Ramming Mount on it, so nothing sticks. This is just an absolute disaster from Glory. He knows it. We know it. He just didn't count quickly enough.
Even if we account for Shaxy being at 5 health here, you could say, oh, then Shaxy can just heal with the Plague. But the thing is, Glory also wanted all of these Volpertingers to die.
Yes.
So that there were less targets for Devouring Plague. And there's just simply no way that he's going to come back from this lack of burst now.
Oh, can you get down the classic play of Dusky Boy plus Apotheosis so quickly that the game doesn't realize you didn't put them together and you get the heal?
Yeah, this is a Wild Pyro, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's probably just Plague and Hero Power. Shaxy really doesn't have to do anything now. Sorry, with the Smite as well. 1 minion left.
I guess. Yeah, I guess with double Lightmore. Like the question is there a way next turn to clear the board without playing a board of your own? I guess with Apotheosis, actually, if you go Lightmore plus Apo afterwards, even if they have Rhino, you're going to heal a bunch afterwards, so it's still fine.
Oi. Yeah, I think Glory knows there is no way back into the game since Shaxy refuses to blink, refuses to play Kazaka-san. He says his deck is just good enough there. And I mean, he could do the stylish thing of Kazaka-san Apotheosis, but it's simply not necessary.
I like to imagine in my head when we can't hear him that Glory, every time his head is in his hands, he's just absolutely gutturally screaming at the top of his lungs at him making that mistake. Oh my god.
Cold.
Armor?
I just want to kill Glory at this point.
Sure, yeah. You have Apo, you have so much healing. None of this matters. Taunt, sure. Bangs? Probably just Clockwork, actually, yeah. Kill him. You can kill your own minion with Vampiric Fangs, I guess is worth something just for a snap heal.
I guess. It is just... I mean, he's playing around invented outs from Glory at this point, right?
Yeah.
Even if he gets a Rhino here, he doesn't have the weapon anymore, so... Not doing very much. Turan Crescent, a 1-of for Glory, assuming he even had time, but he absolutely does not. And if Glory had counted that right, was it actually going to be a win for him there? Shaxy would have been at 5. His Plague would have only healed him for 1. So he'd be at 8 the next turn. But Glory still had the piercing shot in hand at that point,
Piercing
right?
shot, hero power, no weapon. I tell you what, at the very least, it would have been a lot closer than that, as it's just so frustrating to me when games have to end like that, because I think up until that point, Glory clearly knew everything he was supposed to do in that matchup. He was playing around Devouring Plague. He realized when board wasn't doing anything anymore, even as early as going like piercing shot on his Orc Merchant on curve. Like, it was just so clearly he knew the weaknesses of the deck and he was trying to find that hole in the armor to exploit them. But then he just miscounts by 1 and it all flies out the window and Shaxy gets the expected win.
Yeah, expected. Maybe I would even have to hold that back a little bit, because Glory did show an understanding of a certain way to play the matchup where it comes out a lot closer than you'd expect. Like, you could say, okay, it's pretty lucky he had all the aim shots and quick shots in hand, but he understood the out from the beginning. In the grand scheme of things, though, I think it's not a huge problem for Glory, because what he expects to try and prey on since the beginning is the Mozaki Mage. Shaxy has gotten the control decks to take a win now, but this Mage certainly has a lot less healing potential compared to Shaxy's 2 other decks, although the removal is actually not that far off.
True. Yeah, it's a bit of an enigma, this Mozaki Mage deck, kind of similarly to Quest Mage back when that was pre-nerf, where you can call it an anti-aggro deck because it has no healing, it has very, no taunt, limited AoE as well, I'll say, with just Fire Sale being able to fill that slot. But the sheer number of removal spells, like you say, can get there against some of the flimsier board-based aggro decks. Like against Face Hunter, for example, you can absolutely kill everything they play in the early game. It's not even that hard most of the time. Against Beast Druid, though, it gets really complicated really quickly, because I think all of a sudden you struggle to find enough removal to kill everything the Beast Druid is playing. However, the other avenue of Mizaki Mage opens up against Beast Druid, where you can kind of just ignore a lot of the minions they're playing, or just kill a couple of the key ones. And because it's a slower aggro deck overall, just focus on your own win condition. Get there through doing the combo is often plenty good enough against this deck.
Could be. I think he needs to strike a balance still, because even though I agree it's slower than the straight up aggro druid with the peasants and all the 1-drops in the world, this druid deck still always threatens Arbor Up once turn 4 rolls around in the case of Glory with the coin, and that can be a lot of bursts out of nowhere. So Shaxy has to hit a very delicate balance. Also worth noting that he has cut from what I believe to be the standard list 1 Ice Barrier in favor of second Flurry, which I could see that being either a pro or a con in this matchup, honestly, but against Face Hunter, you'd much rather have the barrier later on.
Guess guidance, yeah.
Does he commit the Trog here and then try and get a decent composting? 2 minions is obviously not ideal, but right now the hand is not shaping a partner assignment, however.
Oh, what about Spike Shell, though? Coin Spike Shell on your taunt?
It does create a much more resilient minion, and you get the copy back, which has synergy with the Oracle of Elune. But my concern is that Glory needs support for the compostings in hand, so like getting more minions is also pretty tempting. In the end, he takes both, so he accepts the overload and is just going to breed this one out. Zixor, oh my goodness.
Yeah, what, Zixor and Wicker Claw, neither of which are actually bad outcomes. Those are just pretty premier beasts for the mana cost, even if you're not going to be attacking all that much. Wicker Claw is still not bad at all. On the other side, though, Shaxy is kind of a victim of his mulligan and also a victim of a little bit of bad luck, because keeping First Flame, yes, you're probably supposed to do that in this matchup. Like you said, you do need some actual anti-aggro spells, some ability to clear these key early game targets. But it means he's not keeping the more powerful early game cards, like obviously Encounters Flow #1, but even just a little bit of card draw, if that's not too slow.
Okay. Glory's plan coming together very nicely now. Commits the buff on the Iron Deep Trog, just kind of saying, okay, I know your removal comes in the form of 2 damage at a time. So if you have to spend 2 mana and then another 2 mana to deal with this Trog, he has just multiplied a full board of Trogs at that point. Not with the buff, but still quite threatening. However, I thought Shaxy would still go for it, given that it wasn't Arbor Up next on the very following turn, and he could Fire Sale to sweep up the next turn. But it looks like he is just going to go for Fire Sale this turn, which overall saves resources.
It does, but it does give Glory a heck of a lot of card draw. Is that the perfect 4 to bring him up to 10 with the draw off the top as well? Incredibly clean. And at this point, honestly, he's kind of just looking for the Panthers, right, in order to be able to... the Frostsaber Matriarchs, not the Panthers, to be able to double down on this Oracle of Elune, given that he now has double Thorn Growth Sentries, plenty of ways to make board after board. He just needs to have enough health to survive a Firestorm, a Fire Sale.
Right. Owl and Matriarch are the big ways that Glory can impact the board, but right now, he has to figure out how to meter out the threats, right? I feel like at least 1 Thorn Growth is in the books here, given he's seen at least 1. He's already seen 1 Fire Sale. Just anything to threaten Arbor Up being lethal, maybe alongside Sow the Soil next turn, would be where my head's at.
So we could be looking at just Cub Wicker Claw plus Thorn Growth Sentries goes wide. It, forces another Fire Sale plus Ping if they have it, which they likely don't. And then you get to, as you said, push all the damage in the world with Arbor Up plus Sow the Soil. But he ends with Composting, which I find a little bit surprising. Does mean he's going to healthily overdraw in the form of a removal option from Shaxy. But I guess just saying, what, he doesn't care about that? He's getting the good composting while he can?
I guess so. Maybe he just didn't want to commit any more minions after this. It also kind of puts Shaxy on having another removal spell because he only knows about the first flame right now, or sorry, the second flame and the ping, which would technically not overdraw Glory right away. But I think you could predict that Shaxy has at least like a Siphon Mana or a Ruined Orb to go with that. But the Siphon Mana draw in particular is very interesting because this could set up for Shaxy going for like an early Mozaki. If he's able to land that and clear the board, he doesn't necessarily have to win the game entirely. You could do that very often against other builds of Druid, but against this one in particular, you're scared of Umbral Owl coming down, even when the Druid is behind board to clear a Mozaki later on.
And so to what extent do you lean into that? To the extent where you go Tempo Mozaki plus Flurry. This is insane. I didn't even consider this line. But, I mean, this is what the players have been tweeting out recently. Remember, Mozaki has 8 health. It is a tough 5-drop to clear.
I mean, I did think about Tempo Mozaki, but I just didn't think it would be this turn. Maybe Shaxy's already kept in mind how many spells have been played. Honestly, I've not kept track. If Double Owl or Owl plus Elune was playable, then there is a very real punish. But if it's not playable, this is potentially a brilliant line. And I think Glory has to go digging with the Moonlit Guidance for it. Does he have a clear with Apex Predator instead?
Double buff gets it up to, what, 4-3? It's 1 off.
He has the 1-2 as well. Yeah.
Miscount?
Did he miscount?
I think he miscounted, Gia.
Because if he started with the rush and then go for the draw, something went wrong there.
Oh no, Glory, what's happened?
What can we say?
The owl!
The owl, but it's
one off! Oh no! Okay.
Okay.
The Mozaki stuck.
Draw.
Right, it's not the end of the world yet. I still think he's probably winning here because Mozaki is not going to win the game here. I'd be very surprised if it did. And I think Glory should be able to stick a board and win the game post Mozaki. But we'll have to see. Shaxy is going to have to pull something miraculous out of the bag here. He could go for a Fire Sale now, I suppose, if he wanted to before it kills Mozaki. But quite clearly, he's just doubling down on trying to find lethal here? Maybe some kind of a spicy board clear as well? Cram session? What?
That is definitely not lethal. I guess he was looking for card drop and then committed spells before the Ruined Orb to maximize damage, and he gets it. Still not lethal, I don't think. Mana's not there. He could go Ignite and Siphon, but at this point, you just commit it and say, I'm not dead to Arbor. So you just get some more burn spells the next turn, even if your Mozaki's dead. 5 damage is very doable.
Oh, this is so sick. He's just there. He just needs one extra little piece of burn. And while Glory can obviously clear, obviously set up lethal next turn, it's going to be really close as to whether or not it's enough, because Shaxy does not have lethal in hand right now, but he has trades, he has draws, multiple ways to hit those lethal outs if he can just find them. And so for Glory, I'm thinking it probably ends up as just like, what, Owl, Arbor Up, Hero Power? You just want all the health you can get.
I agree. That 1 health breakpoint might be the difference between him living and dying next turn. Takes the card draw rather than pushing more damage with Arbor Up. I don't know about that.
Or he's going for nature studies, I'd guess, off of this Moonlit Guidance to try and find some kind of armor gain.
Barrel Rage, yeah. Not there though.
It's not.
So So it's double sow the soil, hero power.
Oh.
He does set up a lethal, but you know, even if Shaxy doesn't find the lethal of his own, he still has Fire Sale to buy himself a full next
True.
turn.
Very, very true. And so what we start off with probably AI?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Intellect. The Ignite is at 3 damage, I think, right now. And the other one is at 2.
Uh-huh. I think you're right.
So it's not very likely he finds lethal here, but surely over the span of 2 turns, and with a Guild Trader in hand, he should be able to do it next turn. I don't know if he spends this last mana trading the Guild Trader, but it probably gives him less odds to find lethal because the 2 damage from the spell damage itself is a relevant breakpoint.
Yeah, and also just Guild Trader Cram Session is a pretty efficient draw engine next turn. Now, however, Glory has got himself undeniably the unkillable board. This is going absolutely nowhere. This will kill Shaxy on the following turn. And so Shaxy has to find the lethal right now. 7 damage, straight up. Can he find it without his Mazaki?
I could not give you the odds, but that's a Siphon mana. That is 4 damage right now. He has 3 draws with Cram Session. Ignite does it. Ruined Orb does it.
Oh, missed! He missed! No way!
No way!
How much damage does that deal? Does the reduction in mana cost do anything? I don't think so.
And he has no targets except the Guild Trader for the honorable kill right now. I just don't think it gets there. He could draw again with Cram Session, but with that 1 hand space, okay, he's gonna ping and then Siphon. And then what?
Siphon.
I don't know.
No, it's all gone. It's all slipping away.
Wait. He can generate mana because he discounts the biscuits. Can he play the Spring Water? I think just barely.
Oh, okay, he can play Spring Water. This is a very clever out. I didn't see this line.
Okay. And if he gets Ignite, it's still not enough, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's there.
But a valiant effort. He really tried there. And Glory tried really hard to let Shaxy.
Oh, man. What is happening to Glory? I mean, you know, we've seen this before. This is very old school Glory. This is what he completely just stamped out in 2020, right? We just didn't see this part of him at all for most of 2021 either, for that matter, when he got through to the finals 2 years in a row. But somehow, every time we start really believing in him, this half comes together where he just loses his mojo. He stops believing in himself and second guesses, doubting, all this spiral of negative mindset that can really, really get to him. And so, like you say, even though he tried his best to lose, he still got there, and it is going to be Game 5. Aside from that blunder, not the worst game in the world. And it's just that Face Hunter left here after 2 chances, 2 losses. It's got to get the win against the Mage.
And it's a great matchup for the Hunter. It doesn't have to rely on board so much. Like the first couple turns when Mage is least likely to have access to AoE and efficient removal, that's when the Hunter deals all of their damage with board. But as soon as turn 3, turn 4 rolls around the corner, they're very happy to just shift to pressing the hero power button every turn, looking for aim shot, looking for quick shot, piercing shot, and just never letting Mage activate Ice Barrier. Although I suppose that's a bit of a moot point with Shaxy's list that doesn't have Ice Barrier.
Exactly, yeah. It's pretty much just the removal at the start and then just going for something very similar to what he did that game, honestly. Like Tempo Mizaki is something you always have to keep an eye on. Getting a really good kill with Fire Sale and hoping they draw all their minions, which you can kill, and they don't draw any of their burst, which is very difficult, as you said, to answer for the Mage. But an interesting mulligan right out the gate for Shaxy. Fire Sale, sure, we can understand that, just have a board clear. But Siphon Mana is, I think, a little bit more of a surprising one to me.
Well, I like it a lot. It just helps the curve of your hand so much more efficiently, especially with the nerf to flow and the nerf to spring water. That one feels like it's been at 5 forever, but once upon a time it cost 4. It helps Shaxy just get to win conditions a lot more quickly. But the Og Merchant here, as always, being very clutch to protect the 3-1 from dying, let alone being terribly killed. Oh my goodness.
Oh, good boy.
Yeah. Okay, so Shaxy accepts he's gonna tank 5 more damage, but if he can pick up another 2 damage spell next turn, he does get the Siphon Mana activation in most worlds. Is this not a ramming? Oh, it's an augmentation. Ay, ay, ay.
So sick. Glory destroying the absolute cocoa nuts here, turn after turn. What is this? Just like piercing shot, hero power, Rinling's rifle, whatever you want, it's going to get there. And even with the rune orb off the top that would have given him the clear, the Divine Shield thwarts all his efforts. Like, is this just a flow on this turn and hope to hit the absolute nuts?
He has to look for devolving missiles, brain freeze, flurry even, just anything to stop the bleeding, but he doesn't find it. I like the line from Shaxy, but it's just not gonna get there. Derek Shaxy is down to 11 health after this turn.
And now what? Ice Trap would actually just be another disruption here that Shaxy can't get through. There it is. He's just not allowed to play Hearthstone.
Not allowed.
Okay, that's a clear now. As long as he realizes that Ice Trap is going to mess him up, which he doesn't.
He does not. Yeah, no,
he would be fine here.
I guess he was just thinking this was a desperate enough situation that he couldn't afford to test with the first flame, because if he tested with that, he couldn't get the honorable kill with the Siphon Mana. Fair enough. That's a win for Glory, but clearly you can see he does not feel like it.
I mean, even if you want to take that risk, you should just start Siphon Mana and then go for the first flame. Like, arguably, if you trade first, you're discounting a better card, but you have to play around Ice Trap there, right? Like, unless you're literally losing whether or not if they have it. I don't know. Whatever. A weird series overall. Not the way I was expecting it to play out, with some unfortunate plays there at various points along the way, mainly from Glory. Shaxy at the end there, I think, had really just given up, to be honest, given that he was so overwhelmingly likely to lose at that point. I can somewhat more understand where he came from. But it does mean that Shaxy, despite bringing a lineup that I thought was very, very brave, very risky, but I liked the idea behind it. And even finding what I would argue was the player that was best suited for his lineup, with this full aggro and him having control warrior, control priest. It's the mage, the outlier in his lineup that I was hoping, I don't know, maybe I was missing the point of it. Maybe against an open field, it was a better deck, and just against Glory specifically, it was a bit of a sore thumb in the lineup. But there it is, Glory taking the win in a very messy fashion, but you take them where you can.
Yeah, very interesting way to start out our trio showcase. I also agree that Shaxy's lineup in terms of conquest theory doesn't quite feel so cohesive, but in terms of just bringing overall high power level decks and that have pretty good matchup into potential quest warrior, maybe if you expected that in the field, fair enough. But it's going to be Glory that moves on this time, and his lineup should be fairly well positioned should he run up into the Kazakhstan Druid players in the field. Again, in APAC, we have a very interesting mix here where our least represented, in fact 0 people brought the bucket of Demon Hunter, Paladin, and Warrior, is the most popular bucket in the other 2 regions. I wonder, after we get to see the pan out of this entire week, which sort of theory reigns supreme. It's only the beginning of Trio.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really an interesting one to see. I wonder to what degree superstition got to the players in APAC with, again, as we've seen time and again, Paladin just being completely useless in this region in particular. Who knows? Maybe they're just swayed by the power of Druid in this metagame, which we're going to get to see plenty more of. As up next, we have okasinnsuke versus Mighty, who both went for that same trio bucket, Druid, Warrior, Hunter, but I believe went about it in slightly different ways. So when we come back, the second series of the day with okasinnsuke versus Mighty. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's the second week of the season, the first season of the year, and also the last couple of seasons of Grandmasters as we are making way for exciting new changes to Hearthstone Esports next year. And we're very, very excited to see what all of that will bring. Even this year, there are some pretty radical changes in action as the majority of the field will qualify through to the World Championship outside of Grandmasters. It's only going to be 4 players from Grandmasters going through to the World Championship, with the rest coming from majority Masters tours, and then some from the Chinese competitive Hearthstone system as well. But with all of that being said, it's still a huge opportunity for our players here, and a huge reward, I suppose, for their prowess thus far in the Masters tours to be able to play here in the Masters tours, in Grandmasters. And 2 such players who have fairly recently qualified through are okasinnsuke, he's been here for a season already, and Mighty, a brand new player here in Grandmasters, Gia, who last week got off to a decent start at 2-0, but was unable to convert that any further when on stream against, I believe, okasinnsuke.
That's right. Meanwhile, okasinnsuke took it all the way to the finals, nearly got the win versus lambyseries, but was ultimately left prey to the Restaurant Vipers, of which those make an appearance in Mighty's Quest Hunter even. He is running the Drekthar version, and even then there are many Drekthar versions apparently, as Benkyugi is running King Mukla going alongside that. But just like how Mighty kind of had not only an unusual archetype in Quest Shaman, but an unusual build of it, this week he has the most popular bucket, yes, and also the most popular archetypes, but is bringing his own spin on the deck list, as you might expect. The Quest Hunter contains even Carrion Studies to discover a Death Rattle minion. That's just not a card I've seen in the deck quite so often, and I'm very excited to see Mighty pilot that deck in particular. But okasinnsuke is going to start off with the Kazakhstan Armor Druid, just the most powerful deck in the meta right now, just no question about it.
Yeah, absolutely on top. I've heard, whisperings as to whether Demon Hunter can keep up just because of how the rest of the metagame is positioned, with there being a fair bit of aggro, and Demon Hunter is a much better matchup against those. But in overall power level, I'm right there with you. This deck is an absolute menace in the metagame, ramping up to Kazakhstan early on, and then using Solar Eclipse and Moonlit Guidance to further bolster the power of the treasures that you then discover and replace your deck with. But against specifically the Drekthar Quest Hunter, which I think Mighty is going to be piloting in this first game against the Druid, things get interesting, right? Because against any kind of early board development, Druid tends to struggle. And this deck can do that if you find Drekthar at the start and can get, I don't know, a couple of Rust-Rot Vipers, Professor Slay, any of these early powerhouse minions. But aside from that aspect of the deck, do you think the core package of quest, a bunch of damage spells, and completing the quest as quick as possible can get there versus the Druid? Or do you have to just completely double down on the Drekthar part?
I'm going to say the rest of the deck, the left column of the deck does not get there. It's all about the just like you said, Drekthar to pull the Professor Slate and Rust-Rot Vipers out. Before, there was Staff of Scales. There was Professor Slate and Bowler Shot. That clears any board as well, right? However, if Mighty does get himself in a position where he has to play from behind, clearing minions every turn, he won't have the time to develop his own quest. And without having that consistent damage going through, and even honestly, if you do get the quest online, if the Druid is anyway healthy with all of the armor gain, and they eventually find their Kazakhstan, the threats simply come too quickly. That being said, there has been recently a change to Kazakhstan in that Locust has been removed from the pool of treasures they can get. So that's one of the powerhouses removed. But the Druid won't be concerned with building a board necessarily in a world where Explosive Trap exists. They just want to take things like Embers of Ragnaros and kill over the top.
Yeah, that's exactly right. With very limited health gain, to which to say without the hero card, there is none in the Quest Hunter. Just getting Book of the Dead, Embers of Ragnaros, Pure Cold is all plenty good enough to be able to get there, even without the Locusts, as you say. Lovely start here for okasinnsuke. with the overgrowth at the start, being able to search for some more options with the Moonlit guidance as well. But for Mighty, not a bad start. That Carrion Studies could do something pretty spicy, I suppose.
Yeah, that is one of the few ways you can get minion pressure outside of Drekthar. Although I'm struggling to think of what's actually in the Death Rattle pool. I am sorry, I've just not played Carrion Studies. I've not got a good feel for what you expect to get off of that, but maybe a high main that's in the core set?
Is that as good as we can do? I mean, I can't think of anything much better, so why not?
Goes instead for the Coin Wound Prey, though, knowing that okasinnsuke will simply not play any minions of his own until Kazaka-san hits the board. This is not the Glowfly version that okasinnsuke favored last week, I believe. He's switched over to the full armor gain, which I think is a good call, because you're not just looking to face the mirror in this matchup. Like, you have to account for the other more common decks in the buckets that you expect.
But quite clearly, the fact that he's delayed the Carrion Studies so long to me says he's looking for slightly later game options, which does make sense. A lot of the early game options are very low attack, so I'm looking, Rat King, Tonk, High Main, Teacher's Pet, maybe Mountain Bear. That's where they start getting really scary.
Oh.
Even a Rodent Nest, I don't know, it's low attack, but it's very, very sticky indeed. So there are some powerful options, and let's see what's in the book. With
Claw Machine has a 1 in 4 to pull Drekthar.
True. I want to say it's Berserker just because it's really big, but
Yeah, I think so too.
interesting idea.
It's a bit unfortunate that the studies was not played last turn, because
Yeah.
Berserker coming down this turn for 3 mana could have been pretty big. But of course, Mighty doesn't have full knowledge of what kind of discoveries he's going to get. There's simply too many Death Rattle minions in the standard pool right now. But he does go for the Claw Machine in the end. Derek, if this is the new Claw Machine into Anaconda, Claw Machine into Drekthar, sign me up.
Man, Mighty's not just in APAC GM now, he's setting the trends in APAC GM. Everyone's going to be following what he does now. As with a Solar picked up, I am definitely looking Solar Moonlit. I don't generally find when you're this dead on card draw and really anything to do, one Moonlit guidance I don't think is quite reliable enough to be able to get there. So I do like that he's doubling down on it here.
I agree. You can make the argument just Moonlit first if there's anything you specifically want to do with 4 mana, but he's already played an Overgrowth, so okay, picks a Kazaka-san, and for the second one, probably Guess the Weight. But also go Guff. Oh, but it's so tempting to get the card drawn now and the copy of Guess the Weight.
That is true.
Because whether or not you play Guff, it's Kazaka-san the turn after, or maybe he is just going to bloom the Kazaka-san instead and then follow up with the Guff. That also seems very powerful.
I think Guff is just a little bit too good by my reckoning. But okay, Rinling's Rifle available now is pretty nice just as a way to fill out your mana. But wow, interestingly, Mighty's just doubling down and trying to find card draw. I guess, as we were saying, that Drekthar plan is looking more and more necessary as he is just turbo drawing through his deck. Like, taking the Claw Machine instead of the Berserker is card draw instead of tempo. Going for the Thalnos and killing it here is card draw instead of tempo. He's so dead set on finding it.
But at this point, even if it comes down, it's gonna be too late. Maybe it could answer a Kazaka-san board if he had Wound Prey to go alongside it with the Professor Slate that the Drekthar will pull. But even then, if all you're doing is answering the Kazaka-san body and putting forward a few 3/4s, that doesn't generally feel strong enough to beat the onslaught of treasures, which will begin very, very soon. Okasinnsuke holding off on the Kazaka-san, but it's fine. Instead, he gets to ramp to infinity.
And beyond, with hero power plus the overgrowth here as well. It's just so clean. Kazaka-san, hero power, either for draw or mana. I'm not even sure what's better at this point. And here we go. For Mighty, I think it pretty much has to be Drekthar off this tracking for me to ascribe any real chance for him whatsoever.
Yep, I agree. Only 2 matches into the broadcast and already 2 Toy Story references. We are making good pace here. However, you said falling with style.
Oh yeah, I did. Man, I'm just a machine. I love that movie so much. I used to have a Buzz Lightyear costume that I would refuse to take off for like 6 months straight.
Before
I was
there
even chubbier then.
Before the togwaggle, there was Buzz.
Exactly.
Right. I expect the profile picture update soon, Derek.
Okay, I'll get on it.
But Mighty can expect to be in a lot of trouble here. This is just not it.
Yeah. It's not, is it? And trading the Rustwood Viper, I agree, is his best shot. Arcane shot face as well, just giving himself the out of maybe... If his opponent plays Kazakhstan, he can go Overwhelm plus the Tavish next turn. Maybe he just gets a Wound Prey or an Arcane shot to go face anyway. But as we can see, 99 times out of 100, it's all just way too slow.
Well, here we go. okasinnsuke looking for burst damage first and foremost because Mighty hardly has any board development. Boom bots.
Yeah.
I think you'd take that even if like there's a potential they all get explosive trap. That is actually just going to go kaboom in every direction, but Mighty ends up taking way more damage.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah, I guess Horn. I was looking at Knife just to try and close out the game a little bit quicker because even though the Horn is a lot of damage, it can be a little bit slower than Army Knife, but it's all just dependent on what you're going to get in your remaining treasures, of course.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
he takes the Horn. I guess he didn't want to start with 2 board building options because that kind of locks you in and you kind of want to take a balance, but that's still not any burst damage. Puzzle Box is super tempting when you have Horn.
And Boom Bots, yeah.
To a certain extent, but honestly, the 1/1 with Death Rattle deal damage is probably stronger than a random 4-drop.
Yeah, it's not far off, actually.
Okay. Well, Tavish playable. Game winnable? That's another question. Also,
Better than Rinlings on this turn?
it could even be Claw Machine Hero Power to clear.
Whoa. I
If he
guess, right?
still wants the Drekthar, I don't know.
Yeah. Or Claw Machine Overwhelm.
Looks like he is just going to go for Overwhelm and to play the Tavish immediately. Means he gets that ongoing refresh with every spell he plays. Makes sense to me, but even Mighty knows it's just not getting there.
Yeah, we're right there with you, buddy.
The ultimate betrayal in Battlegrounds, Tavish's buddy is Krusty the Crustacean.
True! Oh!
But now, the crab eats the master. I guess he starts withdrawing.
Yeah, and then Crab plus Turtle. It's just a pure shell-based assault here against which Mighty stands no chance.
Or it's going to be
sure.
a crab and a bunch of robots. Not quite shell-based, but you know, he's playing Menagerie. It's fine.
Yeah. We just need Plankton now. We've got the full squad.
Oh, and he gets 4 Psychotrons.
Whoa.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that one's going to wrap it up. Mighty, again, you know, you were calling it at the start, and I think you laid it out pretty well. Without Drekthar, you don't get any pressure, you don't get any damage at the start, so even if you do complete the quest, even if he was able to get Tavish down before the Kazakhstan, which is very unlikely, the amount of damage you need to get there is just so high, and Druid never gives you enough time to get there. It's too consistent, it's too quick, it's too everything that Quest Hunter does not want to see. And so with the Druid out of the way, how are things looking for Mighty? Do you think that was an expected win pretty much at some point along the series?
I would say so. Maybe it would struggle a bit against the Quest Warrior, and depending on who gets the ramp quicker, I could see the ramp Druid versus Kazakhstan Druid matchup going either way, but it's more so that I am really worried about the quest hunter overall from Mighty, because the hunter for okasinnsuke is actually face hunter, and that generally does not give Mighty the time to get to his Tavish. Granted, he will finally have like opposing minion targets for all of the spells that he was just using on face and his own minions in that game, but the fact that okasinnsuke has double cult neophyte can also be very, very scary if we do get to see face hunter versus quest hunter.
It definitely can be. Weirdly enough, as I think we are actually going to get the Hunter Mirror, very well predicted. The Drekthar could actually be the key combo piece again for Mighty, because you need to be able to turn the tide, actually. Like, I think these early turns, as you laid out with Bowler Shot, Overwhelm, Wound Prey, Arcane Shot, Quick Shot, Aim Shot, Piercing Shot, every kind of shot you could possibly imagine, he should be able to keep the board in check. It's just about actually converting that into a win. And if, like, on turn 6, you have to just play a 7/7 and pass, that a lot of the time is going to be too slow. Whereas Drekthar, I think, might give him the speed, the tempo he needs to actually turn the tide and transition nicely into the Tavish game plan afterwards. But with the Overwhelm kept, no surprises there. Just looking for nice, easy pieces of removal at the start. What he's not looking for is an incredibly sticky board from okasinnsuke that's very, very difficult to answer right out of the gate, which, hey, is exactly this.
Oh yeah, Guardian Og Merchant, just the MVP of today. He gets to protect the Trog. However, there are potential answers from Mighty. I mean, even with only 1 mana, he could just go Wound Prey to deal with the Trog. It would generate another Trog, however, not super clean. So I think okasinnsuke is still meant to go for that line, play the Trog and shield it. And I think in almost every circumstance, he will end up with at least 1 minion on board the next turn to play Doggy Biscuit on.
Oh, Mighty, he's got the on-curse stream. Like, he's doing something right off-stream. But last week, Paladin just absolutely face-planting the second it goes on stream. And here, you can see just from his body language, what am I supposed to do here? Trying to come up with some kind of a way that you can go Bowler Shot this turn, Overwhelm next turn, maybe Overwhelm this turn, Bowler Shot next turn to be able to clear them off. But even from the positioning for okasinnsuke, whether or not it was cognizant of it or not, it's kind of good that the big Trog will end up going in the middle, and then Bowler Shot isn't even a clean clear.
I think okasinnsuke was 100% aware of that. It's just very, very clever. And honestly, Mighty in this instance would rather that the multiplication of the Trog resolves before the Bola shot does, so he can at least kill the copy right away. But nothing works out in his favor here, because if he goes Bola shot, it kills only the Og Merchant, it removes the shield, but then the second Trog comes forward with 2 health. And then if he goes Overwhelm, kind of the same story. I thought, however, that he would still play one of those spells, because I feel like the most realistic way back into the game is to progress your quest to the point that the hero power can be aimed at minions and cost 0, so you'd have to have 4 spells dealing damage played by that point. But it's just not coming together, is it?
What actually is this deck? Like, did everyone just forget that, like, having a win condition in Hearthstone is generally a good idea, or playing minions in, like, a deck that deals damage is generally a good idea? Because it just, every time I've seen it, it feels like it's doing absolutely nothing.
Quest Hunter is one of those decks where it can feel very good on ladder because it's not super usual. It's only maybe in the past few days where it's become quite popular. And a lot of people don't know what they're playing against. They might mulligan for Face Hunter. They might also just not know which removal spells to play around. And then you're like, oh, perfect. My Bola shot clears perfectly here. Overwhelm, Wound Prey, everything works out. But when your opponent is fully aware of what you're playing and the list, they can start to build boards where your removal is just so inefficient. But the snowball is real, right? If you do get the good clears at the beginning, your opponent is behind, but they're still forced to develop because that's what their deck does. And then you can keep removing their minions, and then your quest is progressing and you haven't taken damage. But the opposite is true when you have failed to remove the first couple minions.
Ramming Mount here is very tempting, but I think if you are going to play it, you have to play it on the smaller of the two, just because of the threat of Rinlings into Freezing Trap, which okasinnsuke very nicely spots, gets himself plenty of face damage, and 2 3/4s are just an absolute nightmare for Meaty to clear. He has to get
Not again. You said
Double-
meaty again.
Oh, mighty. Oh, I'm so sorry. Never going to get over that. I'm just going to pretend I'm saying it in a Brommy accent, and that's
Okay.
the same thing. But like I was saying, for mighty, not meaty, apologies, it has to be like double explosive trap, right? For there to be any real chance of him clearing off this board. And with Doggy Biscuit off the top, oh, there's nothing.
I actually feel like the better trap outcome was freezing here, so you could at least isolate a trap and then piercing shot the one that's left. And I also think okasinnsuke is more worried about freezing here. He can't afford to test it because he'll still have a Trog sticking around. And he's thinking like, okay, if one Trog gets frozen back, the one without the ramming mount, what do I then do? Wolpertinger and buff that with a Doggy Biscuit, or go all in on the other Trog? It's very close. But I think the turn starts with, yes, this 3-4 going face, and then he reevaluates.
Yeah, if nothing procced, then you could go like Demon Companion to test Ice Trap and save the Doggy Biscuit. But with it being already revealed, I imagine it just ends up as Doggy Biscuit, Demon Companion, Wolperting, or even just Doggy Biscuit Hero Power.
Honestly, I like the all-in game plan. He has aim shot hero power to spend the mana efficiently next turn. And yeah, the Wolpertinger can also maybe help him position better against Bola Shot if he puts it between the 5-5 and the 2-2. Not sure, honestly. There's so many different ways you can account for it, but clearly okasinnsuke is far enough ahead that that does not matter.
So, Dragonbane. Well, like I'm starting a medieval nursery rhyme here or something. And then 0 mana hero power. Yeah, it's not getting there, is it?
Dragonbane. Why dost thou not stem my pain? Don't know. Wait, that's not nursery rhyme. This is scuffed Shakespeare.
It's faux Shakespeare, yeah.
Okay, wait. The explosive trap, actually very clutch.
That's
here.
pretty
He
sick,
got it
yeah.
again. Found the setup to stay alive on board.
How does ramming mount plus explosive work?
Immune while attacking. I think it's fine, right?
It will survive? But obviously, if he attacks first with that one and it's freezing... Oh, he'd still have lethal then, actually, so...
Yes. Wait, I'm honestly not sure of the interaction.
Because if you go 5-2 attack phase plus aimed shot, if it is exactly explosive, and it works the way I think it would, you win?
Yes, but... Okay, here's the card text. Immune while attacking. But does the explosive trap resolve...
After?
Yeah, after the attack, before the attack, during the attack? I like, you need to start the attack to proc the explosive trap, so I think it should be immune.
It says when your hero's attacked, yeah, so... I'm going to say it should survive, and this should just be lethal here for okasinnsuke, but clearly he's thinking through any possible outcome that could go wrong.
I would love for him to science it, but maybe he just already knows the interaction like a responsible Hearthstone player and will not do anything. And he has many outs for lethal the next turn, even if this board gets cleared. Fair enough. Now Mighty knows that okasinnsuke refuses to blink here, so he honestly doesn't have to do anything about the board, right? It's the same situation as last turn. He can piercing shot for maximum damage, and he can push the hero power of his own to the face, because this is not even a Tavish game plan anymore. It's just racing for lethal. So if he goes piercing shot, quick shot, hero power, 10 damage. He has another 2 in hand with Dragonbane shot. If he top decks aimed shot, he'd be 1 off, I think.
Hero power face, quick shot, and then you have...
But he does also have like the explosive trap, which has to go off almost certainly.
Yeah.
Does he... Oh, that's lethal.
Anyway.
Oh, man.
Go on, test it now, okasinnsuke, for science. Come on, let us know.
Yes,
We're
yes.
curious.
Oh,
No, not that one.
not that one. The 5-2.
He's testing around Ice Trap to make sure the quick shot doesn't go off. He's doing everything correctly,
Yeah.
but he's not doing it funnily.
I mean, you can
Science
still
is
test
fun.
with the 5-2 and then answer the other question as well. But okay. Man, okasinnsuke, every time he gets a win, it feels like he is completely stressed out. It feels like he's just, man, I don't know. Even the game before this, which was pretty free for him, not gonna lie. He felt like he was very, very anxious. But, I mean, we can't knock him for it. It's just been pristine play, start to finish.
Exactly right, yeah. I've liked what I've seen from okasinnsuke. I mean, again, it was a very okasinnsuke style of endgame there. He was so cautious. He was just laying the pieces out one after the other with every permutation of what the secret could be. Like, okay, if I attack first and then it gives him 2 extra damage and an extra proc of Tavish, does that get there? Whereas if I just don't attack, what are my outs on the following turn? He maybe did know the interaction or was like 90% sure of the interaction but didn't want to go for it until it was absolutely necessary, and he knew he could just try it next turn anyway, almost 100% of the time. So either way, very, very cautious, but that's what we like to see from okasinnsuke. As long as it doesn't get too much and allow him to, or force him into roping out the turn or making some kind of a blunder because he's playing too safely, I think this cautious side of play suits him very, very well, and it leads him to being only left, Gia, with his Quest Warrior. We're only like half an hour into the series, and he's potentially going to be ending this one right out of the gate with Mighty being potentially a game away from, what would that be? Ending the first 2 weeks with just 3 points, which is salvageable, but it's really not where you want to be. Getting this win over okasinnsuke in a turnaround reverse sweep is such a big deal for Mighty.
Yeah, and just for his sake of like having confidence, I really hope he can pull off a win, because I think he played that last Hunter game very, very cleverly, finding a line to stay alive as we were just joking about Toy Story or whatever it was at that point. The explosive trap, whether or not he knew the interaction as well with ramming mount, I'm not sure, but it did work to give him a chance to find counter lethal the next turn, and just getting trogged on 1 would be unfortunate for anyone. But surely this is the matchup where Quest Hunter can shine, right? They don't really have ways of positioning their minions in a way that they're resilient against Bola Shot, Arcane Shot, Wound Prey, and Overwhelm. They don't have access to Guardian Aug Merchant to give Divine Shields. So I think Mighty should be able to get his quest in a timely fashion, as well as removing the majority of okasinnsuke's early pressure.
Tough choice for okasinnsuke, where he has a curve, right? He has the 2 into the 3 with the quest, but it's the bad ones. This is Foxtail Freebooter instead of Harbor Scamp. It's Ratchet Privateer instead of, I don't know, Cannoneer, or even just a Captain to be able to buff up his Pirate on board. And so I think here I would probably end up holding on to them rather than throwing them away, because I'd rather have an okay hand than a disastrous hand, as okasinnsuke does as well. But it's very much settling here rather than going for the optimal start.
Oh, I was about to disagree with you there, but I'll cop out since okasinnsuke did what you wanted to do. But I just kind of feel like having higher health breakpoints on your minions is so important to stick any measure of threat whatsoever. Like, getting the Raider is a big deal here, so it's not just Arcane Shot that deals with this. Mighty does have Quick Shot, so that's answerable. But once the minions get to 4 health breakpoint, that's where Hunter has to expend 2 cards rather than 1 to deal with it usually. So we're talking Foxtail Freebooter and Cargo Guard in particular as the ideal 3 drops. But okasinnsuke, no choice, right? He has to feed Mighty the targets, because that's the only way okasinnsuke progresses his own quest. Slate. Like, if he wants to get ahead on board, Slate Coin Arcane Shot is very reasonable.
Could just go Arcane Shot, yeah, Hero Power Hid now that it's unlocked, and then next turn, I don't know, save the Slate for after a Stone Maul comes down. Or even like Mr. Smite later on as well. I think this is fine.
Yeah, I think it's a heads-up use of resources. He doesn't have unlimited spells in hand just yet. There's also another interaction between Poisonous and Honorable Kill. Like, you might think, oh, does a Poisonous Kill count as an Honorable Kill? It doesn't.
Dang it.
Dang. Can't get unlimited Dragon Bane shots with Professor Slate, because that would be broken.
I mean, kind of, but it's also just unbelievably slow, and Kazakhstan in the meantime is just wailing on you the entire time. But yes.
Maybe in duels.
Yeah, maybe duels. Okay, Dragonbane looks fine here just to get another one in hand. Like, even if you could just go Dragonbane, one to the minion, one to face, 0 mana hero power as well, you're really starting to chug along with that quest then.
True. Maybe he would rather retain the second Dragonbane in hand to deal with a minion. So the other line could be starting with tracking and seeing if you can pick up another way to spend your mana. But I do agree that at least one Dragonbane is getting played this turn, most likely. You could also think about what Piercing Shot does as kind of the clunkiest spell in hand, the one that's never getting comboed with Smite as well. Alright, he is just gonna ship it face. Quest stage 2 complete. Okashinsuke with 0 minion damage going face. It's really only the weapon swing that's connected so far. Mighty making very good progress with the quest right now.
Whoa, wow, this is getting interesting. Okashinsuke's hand is... It's powerful, but it's very brittle at the moment. Like, if he gets one bad draw here, things could all start to fall apart after the curve of Stonewall Mr. Smite. And if you use that at the start and then it's answered, your late game power does start to drop a fair bit in terms of being able to deliver a surprise lethal. And so especially here, if Mighty can get quest completion, which he now can in a couple of different ways, this is looking very nice for Meteor, I've got to say, as long as he can deal with that Mr. Smite.
Did it again.
Oh, I did it again. I'm so sorry. I can't help myself.
It's all right.
It's just in my brain. I don't know. The mouth sounds of it, but I'll get there eventually.
Just living rent-free in your brain.
He actually is.
I do like the Piercing Shot pickup from Mighty. Sorry, the Quick Shot pickup, but the choice to use Piercing Shot this turn because he can still finish and the quest and play the Tavish next turn. The Mr. Smite, however, is timed perfectly by Okashinsuke to put Mighty off of doing that because even with access to the coin, Mighty, I don't think, has a combination of spells that would let him clear the Smite and get Tavish played. Maybe with the... Oh, sorry, the hero
just
power...
one more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It works with the hero power costing 0. That's my bad.
And that is exactly what Okashinsuke did not want to see, because now he's getting closer to the quest, but I mean, he's not quite there yet. He still needs to play a few more Pirates to get there. Harbor Scamp is obviously a fantastic draw to be able to fill up the rest of his hand, but even these Shiver Their Timbers, like, they clear the 7/7, which is nice, but he really wants to find something more proactive, I think.
Right. Okashinsuke can maybe be confident that from this point on, Mighty is not going to develop very much board in most instances. Like, he would focus on just sending all the hero powers to face, refreshing them with spells, playing more burn spells, etc., etc. And in that world where there's no board for Mighty, the Cannoneer, if picked up for Okashinsuke, can start to deal a lot of damage, get some work done, because Okashinsuke's real avenue to victory here is racing Mighty for damage, right? I don't think it's necessarily about turboing quest if he gets different options for damage.
Okay, so now that the quest is active, Bowler Shot is clear, right? With the effect of Barov as well. So hero power, so trade and then hero power Bowler Shot, hero power Rinling's Rifle is something I'd be pretty interested on this turn to get down a explosive, maybe is the best one.
Sure, yeah, I can see that. He's already seen Smite, so Freezing Trap isn't a big consideration here. Very nice interaction with the Bar of Death Rattle, like you pointed out. I was wondering if Mikey might just commit an Overwhelm as well, just to have the spell played, but for sure that's still going to find a target at some point, and it has way more utility with the Professor Slate, so he used the last mana to trade the Viper instead. I think it's super reasonable. But here's the Cannoneer we were talking about, and the Cargo Guard is actually no slouch either. It just gives Okashinsuke a bit more staying power. Yeah, I don't see like Mutinous or anything here in the list for Mighty, so no reason not to end with Captain Rakara in hand.
Agreed completely. And just like you said, healing, very valuable, and just a lot of pressure now. Mighty is going to need to find a little bit more in order to be able to get there. Even this Professor Slate for some clean clears is not quite good enough to get there on its own.
Let's start with Trade Viper, I think.
Yeah.
Looking for, at this point, honestly, Furious Howl, maybe not played this turn, but it can get a lot of work done the next turn. Actually, it can just be played this turn if it comes off the Viper alongside all the other cards. But with this line of play, yeah, that's what it looks like. Just getting the board presence, which, to be fair, like, if they're playing Rakara that turn, it's unlikely they clear it. But we can see Okashinsuke's hand is double Shiver Their Timbers. Actually perfect.
Yeah, it's hard to make a read. Like the left one, yeah, I think you can have a decent read on that being Shiver Their Timbers. There's like nothing else in the list that wouldn't have been played at this point until this point. But the other one, maybe a little bit harder. And maybe that's the read he's going for. Sure, they have one, but they can't kill off both of my minions here in the end.
Let's take the Explosive Trap now. I agree, it's the best one just to push some more damage there. Okashinsuke relieved once again that he gets to go Rakara here, and even if there's an Ice Trap on one of these secrets, he can still use Second Shiver to deal with the Slate, which protects his Rakara in most situations.
Yeah, it's just always a clear on both the big minions, right? And it also plays around Open the Cages, which is another big one you'd be afraid of.
It's only a clear on one if there's Ice Trap, but it's super hard to have a read. Like, taking Ice Trap versus Quest Warrior feels not standard because they play so few spells. For Mighty here, it's going to have to be a Howl.
Oh! Wow, okay.
That's huge. This could be lethal if he gets, like, Aim Shot.
It could very well be lethal as Okashinsuke. Oh, the one thing he didn't want to see. Dragon Bane, Carrion Studies, Furious Howl. It's just cheap spell, cheap spell, cheap spell. Not too much face damage here, but Thalnos is like the best Death Rattle minion he could get. This has to be lethal now, right? It's so much damage.
Depends what the Howl gets. Like a little bit short here. I saw pings going face, but honestly, okay, the Arcane Shot does it. That seals it. Whew. But even if he didn't get the lethal there, like Mighty had all his bases covered. He had the Freezing Trap set up for the Rakara, and he'd already seen Smite by that point. He's very unlikely to die on the very next turn. But finishing it off in style is what you like to see. Having that Furious Howl double copy version allows you to cut Barracuda Vein, or rather, it requires you to cut Barracuda Vein to make sure you can have the Furious Howl just be more consistent. And we saw it at its very highest potential there, showcased by Mighty.
I think that's like the first time I've seen Furious Howl be anything other than just completely atrocious, to be honest. Every other time it's been played, it's been like cycle one card for 2 mana, which is obviously not what you want it to be at all. But as we can see there, it coming in as it's supposed to do there for Mighty, getting a win with the Face Hunter, with the Quest Hunter, and meaning that it's the Pirate Warrior left struggling for Okashinsuke. And this is what a lot of the players on social media have been talking about, is that given that this trio format is based at its core on Conquest, where you have to win with all 3 of your decks, it's going to be the weakest deck that struggles to get the win, obviously, the majority of the time, and the weakest deck that can hold you back, because if it doesn't win and just loses 3 times, you're going to lose the series. And for that, a lot of the players, that has been the Pirate Quest Warrior. And so with Mighty having his own Pirate Quest Warrior in response, and the Ramp Druid, interestingly enough, as the 3rd deck, I'd say this is still undeniably favored for okasinnsuke, but all of a sudden it starts to look a lot more doable now that the Quest Hunter's got a win.
It's true. Big win for Mighty. They're finally getting to showcase how he made it to Grandmasters. It feels like a lot of the draws, even including his games last week, just did not pan out in a way that let him actually play the game, but it's coming together now. And this particular version of Ramp Druid includes Wing Commander Mulvrick, which can deal a lot of work versus Pirate Warrior. They have tons of 2 health minions that they leave on board here and there. I wonder if that tech is going to come in clutch for Mighty, but of course, beyond that, the most important things he's looking for is Lunar Eclipse to stay alive, and of course, Overgrowth to activate the rest of the deck.
Exactly right. Yeah, even some of the soft ramp can be very, very nice. And of course, Wild Heart Guff, just like eternally the best win rate card by like 5% plus in the mulligan at this point. It's just such a standout every single time. So obviously I like him holding on to that one there, as that should be able to ramp him up so beautifully into the Cenarian wards. Raid Boss Onyxia, Yashaj to give yourself back more Strongman and more Moon-touched amulets. It's a great start to the game. And for okasinnsuke, he needs to think again. This is a decent hand, but is it good enough? How optimistic do you need to be in this matchup?
I would say, like, similar to last game, keeping a 2 and a 3, that works even if they're not the best ones. It's just as long as you play something on curve every turn, that works out. And for okasinnsuke here, this is a perfect curve, actually. Turn 1 quest into coin 3, into 3, into 4. Great.
Oh, Nature Studies picked up while off screen into Wild Growth is even better. The icing on top of the cake here for Mighty. As I mean, all he needs now for what the hundreds and thousands on top of the cake would be an Overgrowth as well. But this is still looking like one pretty good Black Forest Gatto.
Yep. Okay. Don't make me hungry right now, Derek. It is actually dinner time. Even without Overgrowth, if he just picks up Lightning Bloom, for example, that makes the Guff turn perfect. He even gets to press the hero power button for further ramp. But for okasinnsuke here, the pickup of a 2-drop does make his plan slightly more complex. He could choose to deviate from the coin 3 into 3 into 4 game plan, but I think it is still the highest amount of pressure he can put forward, so I like that he is going in now and starting with the higher attack minion, because if that sticks, the South Sea Captain will buff it immediately.
All right, what are we looking here from Guidance? Like a second Guidance, an owl?
Owl is a bit expensive right now, right? 3 spells played, I guess it's still playable.
Yeah.
Oh, right. 3, yeah, not 4, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Nature Studies, Wild Growth, and Lunar Eclipse.
And Moonlit Guidance, right? That he's played to get this. Yeah. So not playable right now, but still, I think cheap enough to warrant it, in my opinion. Especially as, like, if you really needed to, you could do some kind of a play next turn with Guff, Resizing Pouch, Vate, Umbral Owl, or like, yeah, some kind of play like that to get it down immediately if you really needed it. But I don't even think that's going to be necessary as a single captain sticking on the board here. Who cares? This is really no threat right now to Mighty.
Yeah, that's right. He can just go for the very clean Guff into the pouch, pick himself up another Lightning Bloom potentially if he needs it. And if he does get second Bloom, we could be looking at Onyxia next turn. Even a Vate would do it.
That's true. Yeah, it's just straight up playable. And then what does Pirate Warrior do against that? There is just absolutely nothing. Oh my god.
Yeah. I think okasinnsuke can wrap this one up. He doesn't know what he's doing, but like the Onyxia, beyond all the whelps having Rush, has Rush herself with Immune. So what's going to happen is the Onyxia will trade over the Sword Eater. 2 whelps can go in the Captain. Mighty has an 8/8 with Immune with still 4 2-1s on board.
It's so dumb. How is Druid still legal? Like, it's been doing this for so long now. Oh my god.
You can even replace a whelp with an owl at the end. Yep. Or double bloom so you can fit in the hero power
Hero
for
power.
hard ramp.
Oh my god.
Funny story. There was HS Replay held like a prediction contest for hero cards before they were all released. I actually put Guff at the very end because I misread the card. I thought it would give you empty mana crystals.
Oh.
Read. I was like, isn't this trash? Isn't it too slow? But Guff is just the best hero card right now, and yeah, I will hold that fat L till the day I die.
I mean, it's a long-held tradition in Hearthstone reveal reviews of never reading the card. If you read the card, you are doing it wrong, and I have learned that over many, many times seeing Hunter Ace review cards.
Oh, but low-key, Hunter Ace is just the genius that saw all these decks before everybody else, right? He was playing Quest Hunter at the MT, and now it's just the entire GM meta. It's not Trio's fault, it's Hunter Ace's fault.
Everything's Hunter Ace's fault, including Mulverik. He was playing this in the MT as well, and it was busted then. And it's busted now, getting all these 2-2s with Rush. Not a chance. Okashinsuke throws it down, as that was just an absolute steamrolling of a game. Mighty giving him not even the slightest chance of pulling that one out. And I think, honestly, for Okashinsuke, whether he'd gone for a more optimistic mulligan, a slower mulligan, the only thing that would have given him even the slightest chance is the Cult Neophytes, which is not even running now that I look at the list. So I really think there was just absolutely no avenues of victory whatsoever for Okashinsuke in that game. And so, well played, Mighty. And we move on, Gia, to the mirror. What I've been told is going to be a key factor of this metagame, with Warriors so representative across all the different buckets of this trio format. And it's pretty close to a true mirror. A couple of small differences with Okashinsuke being a little bit heavier on removal with Barov and one-man the cannons in there. Mighty doubling down on instead on just more minion presence with a Viper slotted in there as well, which could be a pretty interesting inclusion.
Yeah, the Viper is a weird one because using it to remove just a hatchet doesn't necessarily feel relevant. But if that hatchet has been buffed by a privateer or something like that, it can be a big deal because just having 2 attack on the hatchet means now it can deal with freebooters, etc., etc. Viper can also deal with the Fiery War Axe from Sword Eater, but of course isn't particularly effective once Rakara's ship comes online because the weapon gets replaced anyway. Overall, I feel like Okashinsuke should be in the lead because I feel that the minion removal he has in the form of Barov Man the Cannons is way more clutch than the weapon removal. Also, Mighty's tech of Cult Neophyte is not particularly useful versus Warrior.
Having said that, though, Okashinsuke's starting hand is just a little bit rockier than Mighty's, because even though it's still very important to hit the curve of pirates, just getting yourself quest that one turn sooner is such a big deal as well. Even every proc of quest along the way is a big deal, not just Captain Rakara in the later stage of the game. And so for Mighty here, with a very low curving hand, very smooth in terms of how it gets the quest out, should be a nice, easy start for him.
True. The timing of particularly Quest Stage 2 is a big deal in this matchup. Like, if you know your opponent only needs 1 or 2 more Pirates played to get the 2 cannon shots, you definitely don't want to leave yourself a board of 2 health minions because that additional swing potential is such a big deal given that both players don't have that much removal overall. Okashinsuke does have some panic switches in there, but it's only really going to be effective if he can keep up in the early game, which so far it doesn't look like it. This is a pretty sad shiver their timbers.
It could be, but now that there's the curve of 3-3-4, would you ever consider for Okashinsuke to just like coin out the ratchet here and accept that 2 2-1s trade pretty unfavorably into a 4-3?
You could, but I kind of feel like coining Sword Eater is almost mandatory with a start like this, because that's a card that actually gives you swing potential, where you have a taunt, it has high health, and you get the weapon attack going forward and clearing 2 minions over 2 turns, and the second turn you don't have to commit any more mana. So I'd be inclined to hold off for the bigger turn with the Sword Eater, but of course it does get punished if there's the one of Neophyte for Mighty. It's very worrisome as well.
Well, he's got to do something, right? The rope's about to burn here. Please press something. Okay, hero power, sure.
Ow, not even the shiver. All right.
Very reserved.
Well, for Mighty, it's very straightforward. He was on the play here, and he had the curve.
Absolutely. I think here, even though you would rather get the battle cry of the ratchet on the weapon than activate the freebooter hero power, I want to say most of the time, just to amp up your damage a little bit more. I like that he's just being mana efficient here. I think that's much more important, given that, say, a Harbor Scamp or a Bloodsail Raider next turn just allows him to go 2 pirates into the Stone Maul, quest completion, Rakara comes down very possibly a full turn earlier because of it. But here we are, as you were laying out, the coin into Sword Eater, such a potent swing. And Mighty, unless he can get himself a nice clean damage option here, is going to be a little bit awkward in terms of how he actually clears this off, with that South Sea Captain really not helping much.
Yeah, it doesn't allow value trades. It doesn't allow you to save a minion with a weapon swing. So I think it is just going to end up being freebooter plus hero power here for Mighty. And even though the quest slows down just a little bit, he can rest easy knowing that Anchorman with the... I think it's already gotten at least 1 buff from the... from the Hatchet is super effective against anything okasinnsuke wants to play this turn.
Well, the Cargo Guard plus Shiver Their Timbers is... or I suppose any of the 3 drops really, plus the Shiver Their Timbers, is the most efficient way to spend your mana. But are you interested in using the Shiver Their Timbers here on just a 1 or 2 health minion when it could be used to kill off like a Sword Eater, an Anchorman, maybe even Mr. Smite in just a couple turns' time?
I mean, I was interested in using it on turn 2 even over the hero power, given that... But given that okasinnsuke has greeted it this long, it feels like he is not going to play it again, especially since he can go for it next turn and it's still relatively clean. But he is just going to accept that he could have saved more damage, uses it now. And oh, okay. It's the weapon swing that he wants to save. That's interesting.
I guess Fogsail and Privateer being pretty good next turn. Fogsail primarily, of course, but could make a difference as, hey, the 1 extra damage will be able to clear off the Anchorman here. So it's all working out actually pretty cleanly for okasinnsuke, believe it or not.
Yeah, I think he expected exactly this to come down. So in terms of damage allocation, it's laid out very cleanly. But his health total is starting to become a concern. He'll have to tank this 5. And Mighty is... not slowing down. He got Rakara played sooner than okasinnsuke, almost for sure at this point. And first one to complete quest is a very big deal in this mirror, because you get not only the 7/7 initiative going face the next turn, but the weapon charges. Thinking about double freebooter on the 5/4 instead, so he doesn't have to tank 5 maybe?
I just think you have to be mana efficient here. Like the break point between being able to play or not play an extra pirate is just so discreet in these mid-game turns. Like if he picks up the 1 drop, being able to go triple pirate next turn is such a big deal. Or another 3 drop, like the Fogsail freebooter, for example, to get down... the Stormwind freebooter to get down more immediate damage. I think you just have to tank it here.
I agree. Only just stage 1 for okasinnsuke though. Granted, he can complete stage 2 next turn and play the Hatchet. It's like you said, extra mana saved can be the difference maker here. Oh, pretty clutch draw for Mighty as well. He can now clear the whole board and play his pirates. However, the order a little
Right.
bit weird because to activate the Shiver, he has to proc his quest stage. So we'd actually rather that this all go face with the cannons.
Yeah, or maybe you'd accept them both hitting the minion just because you get to save the shivers then.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Like, he seems a bit annoyed, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, in the case where it was one apiece, I think he would have been happy to swing his weapon and just kill it that way. He just wanted the face damage.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
not a disaster. The Shiver in hand could still have some utility. Was it a blunder? I don't think it was a blunder.
He should have swung before he played the captain for sure. This was definitely a blunder.
Oh, that part. Yeah, I thought he was saying with the order of the quest proc. But yeah.
No. And like, I don't know, even not trading the Rustrot Viper there, do you really want to destroy the hatchet that much to the degree where you don't want to play Rakara next turn? Because you need exactly a 2-cost pirate, because he's played both his 1-costs already in the early game. And so by not trading the Rustrot Viper, he's giving himself 1 draw at hitting exactly Bloodsail Raider Harbor Scamp. Like those exact 2. Those are his only 4 cards he can hit.
Yeah, because he's played the freebooters already.
Yeah.
A good point, but he is still very much ahead here. Okashinsuke, not much health to work with, nor the capability to deal with the entire... Oh, sorry, he can deal with the entire board. He has to swing into the captain and then freebooter what will then become a 2-2 freebooter on the other side.
Sure, yeah, that works.
But he's
And
tanking
gets the
for
cannons.
again.
He is. It's getting scary, but I don't know. He's got Mutinous in hand as well. Like, this could end up being a game where Rakara gets munched for breakfast here by Okashinsuke, and Mighty is going to have to be aware of that, unless he can find exactly a 2-cost pirate to complete the quest. That is disgusting.
Insane. Okay, Rakara played. New weapon available next turn.
Oh.
Orders it right this time with the swing, but doesn't matter because the buff goes on the cargo guard. How does Okashinsuke pull this one back? In another Shiver? I mean...
Harbor Scamp into Anchorman is not that good, is it? It clears the board, I guess.
Yeah, but you're still losing in that position. Like, he runs Barov and man the cannons, but he did not draw them in the early game. And honestly, even if he had them in hand, they would have been messing with what was, up till now, a very perfect curve. So instead, he's just going to do the best he can with going wide, probably trade the 3-3 and the 2-2, and pray that he is not dead.
Oh,
Kara, okay.
Yeah, I think you have to here just to stop the max damage possible. And then, like you say, hope for no smite, hope for low attack weapon. Fiery War Axe is not bad. Mr. Smite generated is not bad either, and that will complete the reverse sweep for Mighty. He starts off 0-2 down versus Okashinsuke, getting a win right out the gate with that Druid, getting a win with that Hunter as well. Just the Warrior going 0-3 for Okashinsuke that dashes his hopes of making a repeat finals appearance. But for Mighty, against all the odds, keeps the dream alive after a top 8 last week, now guaranteed a top 8 this week. It's starting to come together for our newly minted Grandmaster.
Love to see it. I think Mighty has been a very enthusiastic presence on social media, and I think he knows just as well as we all do that he didn't get to quite showcase the full extent of his decks and his skills last week. The draws didn't quite pan out so well, and in my opinion, maybe the lineup wasn't so well suited. But this week, I feel like he has just got the good lineup. I'm not particularly sure about the build of the Quest Hunter overall, but the archetype, a lot of people agree it's just very effective right now. I myself am still learning the deck, but Mighty definitely showcased that he understands its intricacies, when to go for turbo quest completion, when to get a bit greedier, when to play it completely to the Drekthar out. We did see him play the Quest Hunter 3 times today with no Drekthar ever drawn, but we haven't seen the full potential of the deck just yet.
Not quite yet. Mighty's still able to get there, and like you say, impressively done, given that he didn't get the really good draw he was looking for. And so here we can see a bit of an upset based on how things went last week, with Possessi making the semi-finals, okasinnsuke making the finals, and neither player making it out of groups in week 2, which means Alutemu and Mighty will be going through to the top 8. 2 players who desperately need those points this week, especially Alutemu, after he accrued 0 last week with an 0-2 start. Both players, I think, in with a real shot at going the distance. Especially excited to see Alutemu's. He was one of the few players to go Shaman, Priest, Warrior as the bucket, slightly different to Shaxy's Warrior, Priest, Mage, just swapping out the Mage for the Shaman there. And I think Alutemu might really be onto something, but I'm getting ahead of myself by a full day here, not just a series, as we do, of course, have to finish out all the matches today. 2 groups left to go, with GivePLZ versus Chonsu first, and then MegaGliscor versus our Week 1 champion lambyseries to round out the day. So when we come back after this 10 minutes or so break, we're going to have the 3rd match of the day ready to go.
Hello and welcome everyone to a brand new competitive year, a new season of Grandmasters, and most importantly, a new competitive format. Making its debut in week 2 of our first season of Hearthstone Grandmasters this year will be the brand new format called Trio. And fortunately for you, your boy Sottle is here to talk you through exactly how it works. Trio starts with all players in the tournament being offered the same groups of 3 different classes. For example, Druid, Paladin, and Mage. There can be any number of these groups, but crucially, all players receive the same options. Players then select one group of classes blindly without knowing what anyone else in the tournament has selected, but crucially knowing that all players have selected from the same options they did. Importantly, these class buckets do not contain any cards that you must play or even a suggestion of an archetype. Each player has complete freedom to build whatever they like within the classes they have chosen. Once all players have chosen and submitted their lineup, then the actual match format is just good old-fashioned best of 5 conquest, only in this case with no ban, because each player only has a 3-deck lineup. For those of you unfamiliar with conquest, that just means that each player is free to queue any deck they like for the duration of the series, but after each deck wins, it is then no longer eligible for selection. The first player to win with all 3 of their decks is declared victorious and wins the series. So what's the big idea here? Well, we like Conquest as a format. It generally works, it creates interesting strategies and risk-reward calculations which are generally pretty fun to watch. However, there is a risk that, particularly deep into a certain metagame, you create an amount of homogeneity and repetition as these alleged optimal order strategies evolve and players start to follow those strategies. With Trio, you have a lot more agency to force players out of their comfort zone. For example, if a particular class is underrepresented, let's say Warlock, you can force every player to play Warlock by just including Warlock in every single one of the class groupings that are available. Conversely, if a class is overrepresented, let's just say, I don't know, Priest, for example, you could force every player in the tournament not to play Priest by not including Priest in any of the class groupings that are available. You could even do things like pair classically aggro classes alongside classically control classes, which would force players to demonstrate a range of skills. There really are myriad options that you can present to players to make them think outside of the box. And then the layers really start to appear. If you notice that every available set of classes has a Warlock in it, do you build a full anti-Warlock strategy, safe in the knowledge that every opponent you face is 100% guaranteed to have Warlock in their lineup, and you can just beat up on that Warlock and prevent it from getting its required conquest win? Do you make your own Warlock something annoying and off-meta to prevent your opponents from being able to do the same thing to you? But there will be plenty of time for deeper strategy breakdowns during our debut broadcast, which you should absolutely watch, by the way, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. In short, trio format allows a tournament organizer to present a unique, tricky, crunchy puzzle to players to try and solve for each individual tournament or each week of play that they have to face, really putting their game knowledge and their deck building to the test. So that is all you need to know. What is your first impression of the trio format? What groupings do you think the Hearthstone Esports team are going to throw at our players for our trial week in Grandmasters? Will this format last longer than Specialist? Give me the answer to all those questions and any questions you might have. Put them down below in the comment section and make sure to hit the subscribe button on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube so that you do not miss a single event in what is sure to be an absolutely packed year of Hearthstone esports content. Thanks everyone, and take care.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's our third match of the day here, and it's a re-welcoming here, Gia. The boy has finally come home. Chonsu back on stream in Grandmasters. I have very publicly been a big fan of Mr. Chonsu. Kind of forget why, to be honest, but I just like him. I don't know why, but I'm on board, and I'm hoping to see good stuff from him again this season.
I'll remind you of one of the reasons why. You've been missing the drip. It's been long since we've seen Chonsu come on stream with a nice button up or a fancy hoodie. It's all your favorite stuff. But also, GivePLZ, we haven't seen his shirt. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Never give up on something good with the 3 thumbs up shirt. I'm waiting for that to make the comeback. Hopefully
know.
we get the double drip.
I think that's what we need right now, Gia. Never give up on something good. We need that confirmation from GivePLZ in these dark times, as he can truly ride us through. As you can see, GivePLZ here, despite us kind of memeing on him, to be honest, with him being a... I don't know. It kind of feels like we're making him the butt of the joke, just because he reacts so in such a funny manner whenever he's losing, like almost looking like he's falling asleep, very obviously getting tilted. It's a little bit mean, but it comes from, I hope our viewers realize, a place of love. We have a huge amount of respect for GivePLZ. He has been consistently one of the shining lights of APAC in a very dark tunnel of the Masters tours, having won the second most number of games in a Masters tour. We'll hold on to that stat, with number 1 going to Alotemu for as long as we possibly can. And for the most part, I think actually being pretty revolutionary here in APAC Grandmasters. It feels like there's a few times over the course of his stay where he's been that little bit ahead of the meta game, cottoned on to decks that maybe took a week or two for the other players to catch up with. And he's been handsomely rewarded for that, with overall a pretty good run in Grandmasters. Whereas Chonsu, on the other side, is another one of those players who has relegated out and then requalified back through, being one of the OG Grandmasters. We unfortunately can't say he's been here through every season of Grandmasters now, but he has been here from the start, even if he took a brief hiatus away after getting relegated out. And he's also, as you can see, been in competitive Hearthstone for long before Hearthstone Grandmasters, with a semi-finals appearance at a World Championship.
And we absolutely should not sleep on the Grandmasters who have been relegated at some point, because lambyseries came back with a vengeance. Maybe just a bit of a late bloomer, you know, finally winning a week of Grandmasters last week. And now we have Chonsu and Trihison, who have both previously been on paper relegated but re-promoted, both going 2-0 in this week of trio. And Chonsu is going to start off in a very memorable fashion with the Quest Hunter, yet another build we're seeing that has Tavish at the top end, but also Lorekeeper Polkelt. If you don't find the Tavish, you could just put it to the top of your deck, I suppose.
Yeah, it's the same build that Gur opted for, which I was practicing a little bit yesterday. I kind of actually didn't realize that Chonsu was playing it when I was testing it yesterday as well. And it was an enjoyable experience playing it with Raven, because if Raven doesn't like something about a Hunter deck, boy, will he let you know. He was just tutting the entire time we were playing it, saying, oh, where's the Drekthar? Oh, this deck doesn't do anything. It's so slow. Oh, you drew a 5-mana 4/5. And to be fair, when we were playing it, yeah, it kind of felt like that. The Polkelt was very slow, and even though Beastalker Tavish can be incredibly potent, getting those multiple beasts every single turn, it's, again, a very, very slow card. So the game plan does shift drastically for this build of Quest Hunter.
Right, and without the Drekthar, there is room to run a bit more variety in the minions. Of course, Barak Kodobane, and I guess Polkelt in this reason being the big reason why you don't actually have access to playing Drekthar. They are more expensive than that card. And then this version also runs double Wandmaker, double Venomous Scorpid for more consistent spell generation, as a lot of the damaging spells for Hunter are 1 cost, as Chonsu is showing us right now. He is also just getting rid of his own minions. This isn't like Quest Mage of old, but there is still something to be said about not giving a target for Brain Freeze or First Flame, which are spells that buff multicaster.
Says a lot about APAC, doesn't it? Where the most expressive face on screen is an emoticon on a t-shirt here. With that, that : D being by far the the most expressive out of our players, for now, at least, of course. Dragonbane off the top, a perfectly reasonable top deck here for Chonsu just to keep that quest chugging along, but it all kind of pales in the face of what GivePLZ has going on here with Coin and Cantus Flow, AI. He's got the Arcane, obviously, in the pool for multicast, and now he just needs to find a way, as you said, to use that Brain Freeze, and he should be in a pretty good spot.
But Chonsu not slowing down whatsoever, just sending that aim shot face. He has a zero cost hero power, can weave it in on top of playing Barracuda Bane the next turn. And if he gets any more cheap damaging spells, he could have a very, very early Tavish here. It's just a perfect opening hand. GivePLZ, though, starting to build up the tools, like what you said, for the big combo, but there's just zero healing available to GivePLZ. Even if there was an ice barrier, there's no way that Chonsu is ever going to proc it.
Weirdly enough here, to make room for GivePLZ, I'm actually looking at 0 mana Brain Freeze, or I guess 1 mana, uncomboed, then First Flame, then second Brain Freeze, which then fully activates your multicaster and allows you to draw the full 3 cards. You might overdraw 1 at the end of it, but I think I'm still on board with the plan.
Yeah, I think he goes up to 9 cards, so it's perfect.
Okay.
To agree. He could be considering a Siphon Mana angle.
Right.
There's not that much to be discounted that's relevant here. Like Devolving Missiles, not useful. Mana Biscuit, yes, useful, but First Flames already cost 0 here. He could discount Second Flames, but again, it's the lack of targets that he's more concerned with. So I'd be all aboard the card draw game plan instead.
Yeah. Okay, so down to 6, up to 9. You're absolutely right. The card draw just works out beautifully here. GivePLZ spotting the same line as me straight away, hesitating, maybe seeing something else that distracts him for a second, like you said with Siphon Mana, but ends up back on the same core game plan and has himself a really juicy looking hand. This is honestly a Mizaki away from just kind of getting there. If he can activate the Siphon Mana as well, then this is looking very juicy indeed. However, for Chonsu, clearly we're thinking priority 1, get the Tavish in hand. And so maybe because you can't play the Tavish, you just use the Piercing Shot this turn as well.
I'm trying to see if there's an avenue to victory that doesn't involve Tavish, honestly, because he could overwhelm Piercing Shot. We're looking at Arcane Shot, Aim Shot again in hand the next turn. Like the Bullet Shot is a bit stranded, to be fair, but this doesn't have to be Tavish to find lethal. If this tracking finds him another Quick Shot or Dragonbane Shot, for example, tracking for more trackings, that's fine. All he wants is face damage. Yeah, it is going to be the overwhelm into piercing while a minion is available. Just a lot of damage coming through, and he can evaluate next turn whether if he doesn't have lethal, then sure, you go for Tavish, but if there's a line to find lethal without playing that, then surely that's much better than giving them another turn to find Mizaki.
I mean, it's very, very close indeed. As GivePLZ snap playing here with the Primordial Studies off the top, probably Guild Trader. I'm thinking just for the tradable, unless he wants extra spell damage from Kobold, but I don't really see that making the difference. I think I'd rather have the trade effect.
Yeah, and here the Siphon Mana would be pretty useful. Discounts a handful of juicy cards, but it's just so hard to arrange a target for it because the Kobold would put the Siphon Mana up to 3 attack and thus not have it honorable kill. GivePLZ already struggling so much with hand space because he hasn't found targets for these First Flame, Second Flame Devolving Missiles.
Now it could be like Guild Trader Siphon Mana, and then you could play Rune Orb first, maybe was the way to go.
Yeah, I like that better.
Yeah.
Well, he had the 2 spell damage, but I guess he's all in on just top decking Mizaki, and I think it has to be exactly a top deck. It can't come from Arcane Intellect because he doesn't have a biscuit left over. But for now, he is actually alive. Chonsu did not draw any further burn, but he is certainly dead the next turn.
100%. This is just a lightning fast game. I've forgotten how fast both of these players play. I can't even keep up with the analysis. But like you say, really looking for Miyazaki off the top. Ice Barrier I don't think is going to be enough. Counterspell I don't think is going to be enough. I don't see there being any way to get lethal without the Miyazaki here on this turn. And I don't think that drawing with the multicaster leaves you anywhere near enough mana. And so
out could be the zero cost rune orb for cram session, and it has to be the very next draw, and then we could talk about doing other things. But even then, I don't think the mana's there.
Yeah, it's just not there, is it? If you could get yourself do 20 mana's worth of spells, but you don't even have mana to play that anymore.
Yeah, Rune of the Archmage.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing doing. No Miyazaki, no dice. But for Chonsu, this is the quickest lethal you've ever seen. Honestly, the Tavish hardly necessary, but it's just a result of a mulligan that was purely focused on the burn half of the deck. Nothing about those Wand Makers and Scorpids. Those are just helping GivePLZ, to be honest. Would have helped GivePLZ's hand space.
Just kind of straight up 30-0'd him without even needing any minions at all. It's been a while since I've actually seen Quest Hunt to do that, because there's actually very few other decks in the metagame that have like literally 0 healing, right? They usually have the hero card that can gain them a little bit or some way to discover it, but for Mage there's just essentially nothing there. It's so vulnerable to all this burst, and especially if you're playing out minions in the mid game, it of course makes you even more vulnerable to Rhinos in the Face Hunter or to Piercing Shot in this deck as well. And so like you say, very, very well played by Chonsu, which means with the rest of his decks being that Kazakhstan Druid and the Warrior, I think he's kind of got the middle deck out of the way, right? I still think I would call Pirate Warrior the weakest deck in most players' lineup and Druid the strongest. But maybe it changes given that GivePLZ has gone for a slightly different strategy overall, as we can see with the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, Shadow Priest is an interesting one because this used to be the deck that in aggro mirrors, this one beats all the others because your hero power is simply too efficient. Against Quest Hunter, if that were still a factor to talk about, I'm sure it will come into play maybe a little bit later on. You actually have a very similar hero power once they finish stage 1 of the quest, and that can lead to some very back and forth on the board battles depending on what type of build the Quest Hunter has. But when it faces against the Pirate Warrior, that hero power, of course, for the Priest is still super useful, can deal with not just Harbor Scamps here, but Acidic Swamp Oozes as well. This is something that Chonsu and Gur were running as the 4 Oozes, basically, because there's also Double Viper. I just could not wrap my mind around what deck could possibly require that much weapon removal, but all right.
I guess just really doubling down on everyone else bringing Warrior, because again, with this being trio and you have to select one of 5 options, one of 5 sets of 3 pre-curated classes. 4 of the 5 options had Warrior, and even though now we can see that almost everyone went with Pirate Warrior, I think there was a really good chance, or a reasonable read you could make, that everyone would bring Control Warrior, because Charge Warrior was very popular last week. It was very popular at the Masters Tour as well, and very powerful as well. If anything, I would say that the biggest knock-on effect that Super Fake and Fled had last week wasn't even their good runs. It was showing everyone that Warrior is so targetable. Before that, if that hadn't been there last week, I actually think that we would have seen a lot more Control Warrior this week across all the regions. But either way, like you say, I think Chonsu maybe had a slightly stronger read on the Control Warrior, which hasn't worked out here. Could be good against the Weapon Rogue, though, which is still a key deck in GivePLZ's lineup, which we'll get to see hopefully a little bit later on.
Guessing you answered yes to Fled's survey, the flex, because, I mean, I did too. They deserve to flex. It was just a pretty brilliant lineup overall.
It was so sick.
However, one thing the Ooze cannot deal with is another Divine Shield Trog. This is like the 3rd time we've seen this today.
It is. It's just shielded Trogs, nothing you can do against them in this deck. Thankfully, you're not playing spells, so it is kind of just an Argent Squire for the most part. But it's still really annoying. It's applying a lot of pressure at the start with the follow-up of the shadowy gnome, whatever it's called, as well.
Leper.
That'll do.
I mean, Argent's
it's
kind of good at aggro mirrors.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean,
not
more
bad.
so if you can buff its attack, which doesn't happen unless you have Wriggling Horror, but imagine that comes down for GivePLZ here. Like, Chonsu just cannot come back. He doesn't run Man the Cannons the same way that okasinnsuke was, and I think that's a side effect of what you were laying out as perhaps a harder read on Charge Warrior instead of Quest Warrior, but unfortunately the field is infested with these aggro decks.
I mean, it's definitely looking bad for him. I do think he's losing this game. But he has Stonewall here, which takes off a good chunk of the damage. He gained 3 from the cargo guard, which is incredibly relevant. And then if he can find himself a situation where he can survive until the cannons go off, maybe he can swing it back then, right? Because he now has a pretty nice play next turn with Stonewall plus Bloodsail Deckhand to cheat out the weapon, or maybe even like Pirate if he can draw a cheap one off the Harbor Scamp as well. He could next turn develop a big board and fire the cannons as well in order to swing the board back in his favor.
But the 5-mana 5/6 is bad news. He just cannot deal with it. And then there's Mr. Smite on not even the Pirate Warrior side, which could just come out for lethal here. Best defensive thing Chonsu can do is play the Sword Eater and the Harbor Scamp. Doesn't actually proc his quest, so it looks like he's going with 2 cheaper pirates instead, trying to snipe the Leper and the Og Merchant or the Benedictus with the cannon charges, because if the Benedictus gets hit, then he can at least trade the Anchorman in.
I don't actually think there's an out, though, even if the cannons go perfectly. It would have to be like cannon into the 5/6, cannon into the 3/2. I think for there to be any outs whatsoever, against Smite specifically, sorry. Obviously, in this situation, he's still alive. But with the Smite in hand, that is going to close it out. And lightning fast. Man, this is APAC in its purest, most distilled form. 10-15 minutes in, we're already done with game 2. GivePLZ winning with the Shadow Priest. Just showing, as you said, it's the king in these aggro mirrors.
Yeah, hero power is just too powerful, and we didn't even see GivePLZ hit the truly nuts openers with, for example, Frazzled Freshman, and then buff it with the Wriggling Horror. Tour Guide is huge to give you the 0-cost hero power. We're seeing the power of Defias Leper just being River Croc, not River Croc. Bloodsail Raptor. Yes, with an upside. Sorry, I know the names of the new cards, but not the classic set for some reason. It's just so effective in dealing with the board here. Chonsu really only began to stabilize on turn 5, and by then it was far too late. Too much damage had gone forth. GivePLZ played according to the curve, and that means we are already up to 1-1 in the series. We have the potential to see this Quest Warrior again, and I think it would have a pretty good shot against both of GivePLZ's remaining decks in the Mizaki Mage and the Weapon Rogue.
Agreed. Yeah, the Mizaki Mage, I think, gets a little interesting. Obviously, the weapon destruction is falling flat on its face there, but it's a 3/2 and a 3/4 in the form of the Ooze and the Viper, respectively, which isn't bad. It's just whether the Warrior is quite quick enough that gets a little bit scary, because Mage's removal in the early game is so efficient, so perfectly placed against pretty much everything the Warrior is doing, with Siphon Mana very easy to proc. Brain Freeze clears off pretty much every minion at the start of the game. First Flame for 2 or 4 as the major breakpoints is so clean at the start. And then Freeze as well. Flurry can just be such a devastating play if they just have a Rakara on board or a Stonewall Anchorman, something like that in the mid game. It's a really nice way to lock them out at that point. However, if some of these key minions at the start can stick, and the Mage doesn't have the key removal pieces for them, like the Defias Cannoneer, there's definitely an opening for a very aggressive playstyle to get there.
Yeah, the keep on the Cannoneer is pretty heads up. That's just a 7/3, as we put it. If you have the weapon pre-equipped, it can push so much damage. Turn 1 for Chonsu, of course, just expected, and GivePLZ. Mage has nothing to do on turn 1 if they're on the play. Doesn't commit Ruined Orb, as we've seen some people do in other matchups, because the Ruined Orb will have a lot more utility in actually removing a minion here.
Pickup of a 3-drop is not maybe quite so clean as the pickup of a 2-drop, but it's still very good here for Chonsu being able to go for Freebooter, Cargo Guard, Cannoneer plus the deckhand to get the weapon down, swing, get that 4 damage phase, stick a nice big board. This 3 gets to go face as well. That's a bit of a rough draw, but it's still working with the plan, even if he's down 1 extra card draw.
Yeah, a bit rough because of the tutor effect in hand, but it at least is a guaranteed Cannoneer with swing next turn. GivePLZ with the insta encounters flow. This is probably the last turn where he was safe enough to do it, so very clutch that he had it on curve. Spring Water into barrier available for him if he doesn't find better clear options, but boy does he need to get rid of that Cannoneer.
Yeah, he needs to get moving. Only 1 Fire Sale in the deck. Only 1 Flurry in the deck. Like, it's a pretty weak deck specifically to Pirate Warrior, which is definitely going to be feeling the effects of now. You don't want to go for Refreshing Spring Water because you can hit a minion, but I think you have to take the risk here. And okay, there we go. Good outcomes. Those are not bad at all.
But the mana expenditure is not super clean if he's going for a barrier turn. Maybe this becomes an Ignite plus Arcane Intellect turn instead. Yeah. He can probably rest easy in that Ice Barrier will have to go off at some point. The Pirate Warrior is still required to attack to deal lethal, unlike Face Hunter.
That's much nicer though, with Rune Orb, First Flame, Second Flame, and Brain Freeze. That is very close to a full clear.
Oh, interesting. I thought he might devolve and go for what is likely a full clear. So you would first flame the 2-1, then devolve just the Cargo Guard, and then second flame remaining. I think that might have been a bit cleaner.
Yeah, I guess with Multicaster next turn, there's a lot of outcomes where devolving is a lot worse, aren't there? And it's not necessarily a clean play with multi next turn, so I agree.
Perhaps he was saving it for an Anchorman, but even then it wouldn't be the only target on board. And Chonsu, instead of that Anchorman, is going wide instead, which I completely agree with. Less weak to Flurry, and he is already on Quest Stage 3. GivePLZ. I'm not sure what that gesture was, but yes, he is in trouble.
Just a delayed reaction. He's like, wait a second, I'm losing. What is this?
Impossible.
Solarian?
Expensive.
Yeah.
If you go Solarian and Ignite, you can still play the barrier, and surely... Okay, devolving there probably only removes 2 damage from the board, but I feel like it's still worth it.
Yeah, I guess you have to go barrier. Don't know, Mr. Smite, Rikara, like...
Okay, go for it. Oh my god, disaster! It only removed 1 damage from the board! Okay. Anchorman for a draw. Chonsu wondering if Oasis Ally ever becomes a problem for him here. Sorry, that's not a generated secret.
He knows it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh no, it is. Sorry. It's from Rune Orb.
You're bad.
You're right, all along. That's my bad.
Okay. GivePLZ has a little bit of breathing room because it looks like Rikara's not even hitting the board next turn unless Chonsu top decks a 2-cost or 1-cost pirate specifically.
Okay, so we want Fire Sale off the top. Wow, okay. It's doable. It's coming together for GivePLZ. He just needs to buy himself 1 extra turn. Blood Sail Raider, though, is the best draw in the deck for Chonsu. Gets him Rikara. GivePLZ feeling the salt now, as we promised you he would be doing at some point in the series. And now he has absolutely no breathing room whatsoever. He needs to hit lethal like this turn to have any chance.
His exact reaction is like when you try to punch an NPC and they just lean all the way back. Whoa!
Stop, in the name of the law.
However, this draw is insane. He has Flurry.
This is insane, yeah.
Okay, Mazaki's in hand. He doesn't have the mana, but he has very likely access to lethal next turn because he can just freeze these minions and use the last mana to pre-ping the Raider, and then he can go Mazaki Siphon it the next turn and pop off.
That sounds poppin'. Sign me up.
Alternatively, he could play the Prime.
That sounds even better. Double sign me up. The hell with the last plan.
Does the ping get punished by anything? I guess if there's a South Sea Captain. But I feel
Even
that
then,
the hand needs an active Siphon mana to get anywhere close to lethal.
I mean, you can always manipulate it very easily, right? If you just go like Mazaki Hot Streak and then go for the Siphon Soul, right?
True.
And still get full discount. And this way it gets there even with the captain, like whatever. You're always getting the full discount. And it looks like with a clap here, Chonsu got lethal with Gorehal double cannon face. You are kidding me. That is absolutely disgusting. This is why I'm a Chauncey fan. This is what I've been missing out on, Gia. Oh.
But, okay, it's not even please there. If I were him, I would be giga salty as well, not just leaning back in my
Oh, I know.
Derek, this just happened another time on the same day. Gorehal Smite, okay, Gorehal double cannon face, alright. And you generating Smite in our practice match and Raven generating Smite in your practice match. Why does this happen so often?
You know what? Some of those salty tweets I've seen from the GMs, it's starting to come together. I'm connecting some of the dots here, I think, Gia, as to what might have happened in the off-stream games. Absolutely disgusting. Like, I mean, well played by GivePLZ. I was calling him out of that game quite a while earlier, and he found the avenue to pull himself back. Even if we do disagree with his devolving missiles usage, sorry, I still think you were in the right on that one. That end game, he did manage to just narrowly survive himself through, and almost got there, but it means that it's one game away from victory now for Chonsu. Got the win with the Warrior, and GivePLZ is moving over to the Weapon Rogue.
Sorry, I'm still not over how many things went wrong that game for me. It started with the devolving all hitting one minion and the worst minion. And then it was followed by the top deck Harbor Scamp. Or Freebooter,
Bloodsail Raider.
Bloodsail Raider, my mistake. To play Rakara, which otherwise would not have been possible because there's 2 Uzis in the deck and 2 Vipers. These are not pirates. Yeah. And then it was the Gorehal! Man. Alright, I'm done.
Yeah, GivePLZ got unlucky, and he doesn't like to see it, but you don't hear me complaining. Chonsu here with the Kazaka's Token Druid to round things out. And in any series where you have one deck left to win with, and that one deck is the most broken deck in the game, whether you agree on the token variant or the armor variant, either way, Kazaka-san absolutely busted, even with Locust having been taken out of the pool. Like, yes, it's weaker. Yes, it's slightly more tuned down. It's still incredibly potent in this metagame. And if that wasn't enough, in this particular matchup against the Weapon Rogue, just going for an early Glowfly is in its own right an incredibly strong win condition, without even needing to worry about the main win condition of the deck in Kazaka-san.
I'd argue that Glowfly becomes the main win condition in this matchup in particular, because the Rogue is out to get you before you even play an 8-8, and even if you do play an 8-8, they can hide behind Cloak of Shadows and not be punished immediately by Gnomish Army Knife or things of that ilk. Empress of Ragnaros can still go through the stealth, but oftentimes the Druid is not able to get to that 10 mana breakpoint right after they play Kazaka-san. GivePLZ with the Keep of the Shank and Passage, I absolutely love. He even commits 1 charge even without any poisons in hand, but he expects to get them from the passage. Chonsu, sorry, this is just so fast, I'm wrapping now.
I know.
That Keep of the Fungal Fortunes gets a perfect draw, and he has access to the Glowfly Swarm. The Cold Tooth Mine used for lowest, I think, completely shows you that his head is in the right space here, right? It's not about Kazaka-san, it's about the tokens.
Yeah, making sure that you can have the cleanest Glowfly possible with hopefully Innovate Glowfly and not having to waste the mana on Bloom Glowfly. On the other side, though, GivePLZ has got himself a lightning fast starting hand, getting the Shank, double Paralytic Poison now in addition to the Deadly Poison. He has so much damage here. If he can just manage to survive himself through to the Cloak of Shadows so that he can survive a Glowfly plus Arbor Up, he should be just fine here.
We interrupt this wrap this ramp, and this ramp with a decision for Chonsu. Actually looking at alignment, I guess that was the only thing that made him take a double take. I don't actually think it benefits him in any way, because in order to play that alignment, he would have to go Bloom, in which case you're overloaded into the first alignment turn and you have nothing to do. Meanwhile, GivePLZ could play Scabs or whatever, so he just takes further ramp, and he can look for Arbor up with Moonlit Guidance next turn. However, GivePLZ is pretty much all in.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
the only play is to go face here.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, so how does this work? Arbor up on its own is 28 damage, right?
And so
that's fine.
Yes, because you're not dead. There's no reason to trade, I don't think.
Bloom Arbor, Bloom Solar Arbor up, you can't play around anyway. So you're just hoping that's not there. You're hoping that Chonsu doesn't top deck Arbor up here.
Yeah, I don't think he has access to playing that with Solar, even if he goes and finds Arbor up with the Moonlit Guidance. But yes, I do agree, Mark of the Wild's the only playable one here. He probably doesn't end up playing it. Is that Moon Touched?
Wow,
it is, right? From the Glowfly?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the Pounce is lethal if he finds Arbor up. Because it was 28. And the
Right, it's exact lethal.
That's a good spot.
Go Pouch to try and go Bloom, Vate, Pouch for Arbor up. Like, he's getting more and more desperate here to try and find that out. If he goes Fungal, he could actually still get it right. So if you take Innovate and then play Fungal, you can still just hit lethal here with the Arbor up, but he needs to find it right now.
Yeah. You're exactly right. The mana's there to go Fungal, Innervate, Bloom, Arbor up, Pounce, send everything face, but that is a lot of actions, and it all depends on what's in the Fungal. It's not there.
Oh, he missed.
So he can still Bloom the Moon Touch, that's Corrupt for a bit more armor, but I guess he's not going to bother. It is Corrupt,
this is
the one on the left.
Yes, it is. Yeah. He just doesn't want to go for it on this turn. And this is just such a big difference here between finding the lethal on this turn and not finding it on this turn. Because if you don't get it right now, it's so much further away. Cloak of Shadows just completely locks out any outs for lethal you may have. And that's not even a concern because he just has lethal on this turn no matter what. What a fast game of Hearthstone. What a ridiculous game of Hearthstone. And what a well-played final turn from Chonsu, I want to say. He left himself at all points along the way with the maximum chances of getting Arbor up, the maximum outs possible, and it was very well identified.
Yeah, Weapon Rogue doing very basic things aside, I feel like Chonsu's perspective on that game is just some very beautiful Hearthstone. This is my favorite thing to watch, is kind of piecing together what's going through a player's mind as they are going through the many branching decisions. That turn had so many ways to go about it. Do you start with Fungal? Do you start with Moonlit? Do you start with Nature Studies? How much mana do you leave yourself if you get a Pouch out? And the brilliance of seeing that the Pounce taken from the Pouch actually gave him an out for lethal, which, you know, GivePLZ was sort of abusing the fact that Arbor up was not lethal there, and being at 2 health versus 16 health as Weapon Rogue that has Cloak the next turn is basically the same thing. Chonsu was so close to pulling it off there, and honestly, even if it didn't come together, I feel that's just some of the best play we've seen on a deck that does much scammier things in the late game and in other matchups.
Indeed. All coming down now, though, however, Gia, to the Mizaki Mage versus the Druid. A really interesting matchup that in Mizaki Mage versus ramp Druid of some kind, be it, the current Kazakhstan versions we have, I guess the spell variants of the clown variants, your charge, whatever it may be. I feel like Mizaki has tended to have the edge. They can they can get their game plan online just quickly enough. The armor isn't quite enough from the Druid to be able to outlast it most of the time, I find. However, in the current metagame, where Incanter's Flow costs 4, Refreshing Spring Water costs 5, Druid can so consistently hit their ramp, hit their win condition with Kazakhstan as well. I think it's actually flipped the other way, and I favor the Druid now.
Very interesting indeed. I'm honestly still on the fence here. both decks don't really have much interruption potential on the other side, so it's clearly just kind of become a question of who can get their win condition online faster. I would be willing to say that the token variant actually would rather not have all of that in this deck versus Mozaki Mage in particular, because it's so easy to just answer with a fire sale. But for now, Chonsu starting off with very nice hand of Fungal into Overgrowth 2 turns later if he doesn't find any ramp. Meanwhile, for GivePLZ, this hand has the potential to pop off if a flow is found in the near future. And because of the nerf to flow, it's sort of like you feel you have one more turn than you did in the previous iteration of flow to play it at its most potent. Like, it kind of fits in to after Arcane Intellect and after refreshing Spring Water move to 5, the flow kind of feels natural to play on 4 even. But if it's not there, the whole thing kind of falls apart.
I think we're just taking and trading the Guild Trader. Like you said, this all just revolves around Encanter's Flow right now. It's the only card that GivePLZ is really interested in finding. Fungal Fortunes is interesting. It does overdraw you 1 card if you go for it.
Probably still worth it here.
Yeah.
And he finds the Glowfly. It's all coming together. Definitely don't use that Innervate. I mean...
Yeah.
Really? Oh, okay. He's gonna look for Bloom or Innervate from the pouch, and it still works out. Yeah.
A lot worse to hit Lightning Bloom though, right? Because if you want to go Glowfly next turn, you're really hitting some funky numbers with the Overload. GivePLZ though, a huge sigh of relief from him there as he does hit the Incanter's Flow off the top, and all of a sudden, this is an even game we've got on our hands here.
Yeah, interesting. I also agreed with you that Innervate would have been better because I was looking at a coin Glowfly into Glowfly sort of curve for Chonsu, but he's skipping over that entirely, just going for ramp and I guess Scale of Onyxia, because even if he has the Cold Tooth Mine and 1 Lightning Bloom, he can't play Kazakhstan quite yet. Another Devolving picked up for GivePLZ in case a Kazakhstan is coming. Like, you have to expect that as early as turn 4 from Druid, maybe even earlier sometimes.
Okay, the first pretty much must-answer board here. Like, this is one that GivePLZ, it's not a 100% must-answer. You can maybe kill a couple of the minions and leave the rest up and hope that they don't have exactly Solar plus Arbor. But already, it's so much harder to win the game if you're tanking like 20 damage on this turn from a big Arbor up.
Right. But man, oh man, if he draws Mozaki next turn, he's just popping off. Like, he could flow again this turn, honestly, because he doesn't have the clear. So, is he really going to spend Siphon manas and ignites on 2/1s?
Oh.
Okay, what's the breakpoint where he stays alive, right? If you leave 5 on board, you are still dead to Solar Arbor because they have 6 attack apiece. So if he wants to stay alive to that, he has to deal with 2 minions. And so he asks himself, is he okay with parting with, I guess, a Brain Freeze and a Ping at the cost of not playing Flow? I would not be okay with that. That feels so bad.
Yeah, I don't think so. But then the question is, if you play Flow, what are your actual outs to win the game next turn? They're pretty limited, in all honesty. As Chonsu rips the Moonlit Guidance off the top, hits Arbor up. It's, how much damage? Not quite lethal. What, 4 times 6? 28?
4 times 6, 24.
Yeah, plus the Moonlit Guidance, sorry. The Moon Touched Amulet, sorry.
Oh, the amulet. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Move it out.
I'd already skipped over that part. I didn't show my work.
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
Yeah. I was lagging behind your giant galaxy brain, so sorry.
Right. In which my job is to explain my thought process, and I had not done that. That's your fault.
Fire Seal, nowhere to be found.
I mean, you can get an insane
playable
Siphon.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing this and then Siphon. And technically, with 2 flows played, like, the multicaster could give him, like, Biscuit plus Fire Sale, if necessary. But at this point, I think he's just clearing everything the hard way. Oof.
Yeah, he's trying to find the barrier as well. I think he very, very cleverly realizes that just clearing alone is not going to be good enough. And so he's digging. He gets himself a tradable with the fire sale that I think you have to go for. I mean, you have to dig for that ice barrier. I just don't think you can expect to survive otherwise, right?
Yeah, there's just Feral Rage and Moon Touched. I mean, he can take the gamble of being alive versus that to have more resources when he eventually picks up Mozaki for his own win condition, but it's not coming together, no barrier.
He's fighting tooth and nail. He refuses to give up here, clearing every single minion, drawing every card he can, scrambling to try and find that ice barrier, but it is all for naught as he clears every single minion, or freezes at least every single minion. And Chonsu has the Moon Touched Amulet to get the win. So again, GivePLZ just unable to get the win and qualify through to the of Grandmasters. Whereas Chonsu finally turned full start last week with a very well played series overall. This was great for Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for our final series of the day. It's lambyseries versus MegaGliscor here, and I'm very interested in this series for a couple of reasons. I believe it's our first series of the day in which neither player is going for the Druid, Warrior, Hunter core package that most players, half of them exactly actually, in APAC have gone for. With lambyseries going for the Priest, Warrior, Shaman, MegaGliscor going for the Mage, Priest, Rogue, but also I'm just looking forward to seeing more lambyseries. He was looking so good last week, G, aside from one or two minor blips. And he should be, I think, in great form to carry on, as I really actually like the set of 3 decks he's chosen here.
Yeah, I think the Shaman bucket was picked a bit less than I would have expected it to, because it just seems like 3 decks that have some very viable archetypes in the meta, and even last week were quite popular, but people generally think Burn Shaman is on the decline a bit, and my ladder results would sort of support that, but lambyseries just makes the deck seem very strong still, and he has kind of tweaked the list a little bit to include a Mutinous at the top end now as well, which I think helps some of its worst matchups. So that one could be very clutch indeed. But over on the other side, we have MegaGliscor with the Weapon Rogue Mizaki Mage and Rally Priest, a lot of the Japanese contingent truly putting their stock in the Drekthar version compared to Lamby, who has stuck with the traditional Malagos.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the different players kind of come to different conclusions based on last week, because I have to be honest, I don't think that Possessi's outing with the Sethic Veilweaver version was particularly convincing, if I'm honest. I don't know if that's what convinced MegaGliscor, if he has something else up his sleeve, but like you say, it's a deck that I'm very fond of, and I hope we get to see it perform, because for for Possessi last week, it really didn't hit that critical mass at all, and this week, Possessi went 0-2 with his lineup overall, also including, I believe, that Sethic Veilweaver version of Miracle Priest. But one thing that I think is overall a very strong inclusion to any lineup is the Mizaki Mage. I think it's overall kind of undervalued in terms of how powerful of the deck it is right now when in the right hands. As we saw from Shaxy at the start of the day, if you're willing to make these brave plays to go for Tempo Mizaki, even though he didn't win the game overall, he would have had absolutely no chance whatsoever if he hadn't gone for those very, very brave plays that you need to, those tricky little lines that are easy to miss. And so I like that both players have gone down that route for this series.
Yeah, I would agree as well. In particular, I'm interested to see the Rally Priest at some point face up against slower decks like Kazakhstan Priest and Kazakhstan Warrior. Not going to be a thing in this matchup, but as I've gotten more experience playing the Rally Priest, it obviously has a downside compared to regular Miracle Priest in that you are less consistent because you generate a bunch of things. Some of them are useless depending on the matchup, and you have many different mana sinks on the turn you pop off with the Nazmani, so you won't necessarily get to make as big of a board as consistently as this Miracle Priest does. But what you can do is have many waves of boards, because after your Nazmani and Sethic first copies have been dealt with, you have Rally, you have Raise Dead, you have the capability of generating more Rallies and Raise Deads, and you can just keep coming back and building these annoying boards. We do have lambyseries on his traditional Miracle Priest first, which obviously still has its upsides. In a world where there's more Demon Hunter, I absolutely agree that this version is the way to go, because you want taller stats on your minions. But in APAC, there's just no one picking the Demon Hunter bucket.
That's right, yeah, still so interesting. I have the feeling that that's based on the Paladin in there, which players here clearly don't like, because I agree, Demon Hunter, in my opinion, even based on how it worked out, I think would have been a really nice inclusion. Like, whether or not it's good against Pirate Warrior, I think is definitely something to test. But all these Mizaki mages, like Quest Hunters even, that are trying to accrue a lot of cards, Demon Hunter should be in a really good spot against them. It's just if you're expecting everyone to bring Druid that I guess would maybe be a reason not to, given that that can be a bit of a rough matchup, even if you can glide away a lot of their key resources. But to start things off, as we were laying out, it is going to be the Mage versus the Priest, with lambyseries on his non-Sethic Veilweaver version of Miracle Priest. Still a matchup that, weirdly enough, despite what we've seen, which is I think a couple times the Priest get the better of the Mage, I do still think that the Mage is in the better position here. The speed with which it gets the win and the freeze as well, especially if you have 2 flurries in there, is just often too much for the Priest to deal with. But looking at it now, Gia, I think that might not be the saving grace for MegaGliscor that I thought it was.
That's right. MegaGliscor is running 0 flurries. I think the standard list is 1 flurry, 1 hot streak, 1 barrier. Instead, MegaGliscor has included what is, to be fair, still a very potent card versus the Miracle Priest in Devolving Missiles. But that's just a one-of. And after that's expended, it's going to be very difficult to stop like a super high health Nazmani going face. And the Bless can get a bunch of reach in the way where it only takes really 1 or 2 minion attacks to kill the mage.
Okay, good start here for Lamby with the Bloodweaver and the Insight. Just need a palm readings to really make this start to pop off nicely. Guild Trader for more card draw, I think, just to give yourself maximum chance of hitting that flow as soon as you possibly can. And we're off to a good start for MegaGliscor.
Any Phoenix enjoyers? Okay, it's probably too early.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. It's Guild Trader, but Gliscor's thinking, right? Because the Phoenix can be clutch here and there in certain matchups,
True.
especially against Priest, which does have access to healing, which means any Ruined Orb you might send to face a bit early is not going to have its damage be permanent compared to, say, the Mage Mirror. So it's something worth thinking about, but absolutely the first priority for Gliscor should be finding that Incanter's flow. Ooh, fair game. Is this too much card draw?
I don't think so. With a Siphon Mana to be able to hopefully discount the value, like even if you end up going Guild Trader, coin, Siphon Mana, something absurd like that, I think all the card draw you can get your hands on is definitely where MegaGliscor's head should be at.
But if we think about how it pans out, right? If you play fair game next turn, you actually already overdraw because you keep the coin by that point. It goes off, you draw 3, then you get your natural draw burned. And then you have 2 AIs in hand, and it's like, oh, how do we actually activate the Siphon Mana? I feel that that's actually a pretty responsible choice from Gliscor to take the barrier. Not that it's a priority to play, but just so he can play the Arcane Intellects without worrying about cards he might potentially burn.
True, and I guess it is a Frost spell that is just guaranteed playable, which does come up with multicaster later on. So, okay, I'm willing to submit on this one. As lambyseries now presented with a bit of a weird choice. I think if you're playing the Nazmani Bloodweaver, you're almost always expecting it to die, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because with coin still in hand for MegaGliscor, he's very possibly trying to go coin flow on the following turn, and just a tempo Bloodweaver could potentially put a stop to that, and even just 1 turn's difference can make a very big difference.
I would agree if Lamby had the follow-up to it, which you can argue comes in the form of Insight, but I mean, the Nazmani is so important to have those true pop-off turns where, yes, you might build a board that's still vulnerable to freeze, but it's absolutely not getting cleared by Siphon Mana, Brain Freeze type of thing because there's too much health on it. He needs to take a bit more time to get to that point because right now he lacks a Corruptor for the Insight since he's apparently not willing to play the Nazmani early. As for this studies option from MegaGliscor, the Mini-Mage, I mean, technically can hit the board and be mana efficient, but it's weak to Shadow Word Devour. So instead, he takes the Steward.
And that, however, is the card that lambyseries was looking for. Palm to reduce this entire hand down. Hopefully draw another Nazmani here. Okay, that's not bad, to be fair. If you can get yourself a cheap dragon, this could still go very, very well for him. And in the next 1, maybe 2 turns, he can get himself down what looks to be a very threatening board.
Now, Cheap Dragon is only in the form of Brightwing, though, which generates another card, which is another mana.
True.
So the hand actually still takes a bit to get going for Lamby, in my opinion. He has 2 giant mana sinks in the Elec Mount and the Malagos, and then the Studies is potentially another sink. He needs more fuel, and ideally a copy effect for the Nazmani to really double up on the discounts. So the Thrive pulling him a Gift of Luminance could be a very big deal.
So we've got one spell damage minion down now. Do we double down on that with Steward of Scrolls into, you know, hopefully finding the cram session, or just honestly starting to launch damage face like an Ignite or a Siphon Mana for 5 damage is not bad?
It feels flimsy, though, against the deck that runs Desperate Prayers. I'd much rather see MegaGliscor save the damage spells, although there was something to be said for coining out the Steward, because board presence is definitely a thing against Miracle Priest that has cut Xyrella from recent iterations. Off of this Discover, Renew, probably?
It's like Psych Split is such a weird one because it's telling me that it generates you more mana, but I think by the time it's actually playable after you go Nazmani plus Gift, it actually just doesn't. It just eats more mana than it gives you by quite a margin. So I do agree here that lambyseries had to go for one of the 2 1-cost spells. And the Devour, honestly, just because it's the least mana sinky most of the time, I think is fine to go for.
Yeah, the Renew sometimes becomes a disaster if you're given only expensive spell options. So Lamby taking the safe route here, looking to pop off next turn, potentially with Nazmani Gift. I think he will certainly be able to play at least one of Elec Mount or the Malagos. Okay, hand space has still become an issue despite MegaGliscor's best efforts. He could take the self-proc of the Siphon Mana here and maybe just play Barrier to get it out of hand. Starts with the trade because the Barrier's still playable even with Siphon Mana.
What about just Runedorp face? I know you like it's less so for the damage, but more just because you can get another spell to maybe discover and reduce as well. Close.
It's close. I mean, like, what spell would you rather have reduced than a 1 mana deal 2?
I guess, yeah, like Flow maybe is just about it, or another Siphon Mana, but yeah, you're right.
Well, MegaGliscor in the end doesn't go off with the Siphon Mana, but does pick up his Devolving, which is a big deal because Lamby is going in now. We have the Bless. Okay, I was wrong. This is not certainly playable, Malagos or Elec Mount, because I forgot one of these spells is Draconic Studies. It's a mana sink.
Yeah.
And that means that he has to wait till next turn to play Malagos, which is still not bad whatsoever, right? He can play that and Elec Mount and a bunch of spells he gets from the deck. And for now, MegaGliscor only has the 1 Devolving Missiles. And we'll see if he chooses to expend it here. It's so tempting so that you can have the clean turn to play Flow as well. But does he feel confident dealing with a Malagos as follow-up?
So you can go Blow, bump into the 2/4, Siphon Mana, or I guess Siphon Mana first, sure, yeah, just a better way to do it. And then you can go Burst Flame, Brain Freeze with the spell damage is a clear, and you save the missiles, and you play the Flow as well.
True. That's pretty insane.
Like, maybe it's better to play Ignite over like the first flame there, just because it uses up a more expensive spell rather than a cheaper one, but even that's kind of flimsy logic.
Yeah, the Ignite's down to 1 mana as well because of the Siphon, right?
Yeah, sorry, but the first flame costs 0 rather than 1.
Oh, okay.
But yes, I do think this is probably just the best way to go about it for MegaGliscor. Getting the double discount with Siphon Mana, which means that surely off the top, it has to be lethal when he finds Mizaki.
I would agree. Lamby now playing out the Hothead even before Malagos to maximize his card draw. Not committing Elec Mount before he has seen missiles, I think, is wise. But the problem with the rest of his cards is that outside of the Shard, they're all going to keep him with a full hand. So I guess he just plays the Shard to dump it. It at least removes spell damage.
And in the very interesting way that MegaGliscor decided to end the previous turn, he has saved himself a Brain Freeze, obviously at the expense of a Siphon Mana, which was only of middling value in terms of the discount it gave, and having not played the Encounters flow, which is a pretty big downside. The upside, however, is that Brain Freeze is actually a really, really good card here for him, being able to just stop the Malagos in its tracks, kill the 4/6, freeze the big minion, and he doesn't even have to go for Devolving Missiles here. He can just wait until lambyseries is essentially forced into Elic Mount, Power Word Fortitude, Bless, whatever it may be. Then you devolve it very happily and move on with your life.
Picks the Shattering Blast though, which I'm a bit surprised to see because at the point where he had discovered it, he wouldn't have the mana to play it with Brain Freeze altogether. So I thought, okay, then I guess you're not playing Brain Freeze this turn, and he isn't. He is just going for the Devolving, having picked up another one, and surely now it's flow time.
Was this really a necessary Devolving? Like, I get that you get to kill the minion here, and they don't currently have Nazmani, but like they've got a really good chance of finding it, given that lambyseries is playing Insight and Horn, and probably has a palm reading in hand to make everything cheap as well. I don't know if I necessarily agree with the way that MegaGliscor played this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because he discovered the second one that he felt okay.
Yeah.
The first.
True.
But he did still end up just using a ton of burn spells on minions there, which he could have frozen. But maybe he is just trying to hold off for longer and longer in case Mozaki's near the bottom of the deck. But there's Ignites shuffled back in there, which could mess with his card draw quite a bit as well. Lamby with the next wave of Nazmanis is able to end with Elic Mount, Holy Smite on the minion, and he can very likely just play whatever dragon he gets. Yup. Ho ho ho.
Fiddle-dee-dee, it's time for the Onyx Mage Scribe. And yeah, I mean, just getting even more spells to discount here is absolutely perfect. We're looking for, I don't know, burn damage, maybe just to get over the finish line. Insight, oh sorry, Gift plus Renew is insane as well.
Yeah, gifting the Mage Scribe instead of the Nazmanis at this point I think is very wise. He doesn't need any more discounters, right? He just wants the board to be as resilient as possible, and he gets to copy the Death Rattle of the Elic Mount as well, which is pretty nice. He's seen one devolving, is what he thinks. There's another one, but honestly, there's too many targets for it to be perfect here.
Yeah, I think for MegaGliscor here, the realization should be, I am not clearing this board, but that might be okay. As long as he can find lethal in the next 1 or 2 turns, or even 2 or 3, actually. If he can just freeze this 18-18, the rest is really not that much of a concern.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with just one card left for Lamby. The value train has run dry.
Oh, look at that.
I am looking. It's a lot of card draw. You start with water, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, even if you hit one minion, you can still play freeze or devolving plus the multicaster. Whoa!
Wow, he added attack to the board. What is that? Oh, the 1 in 125 to hit exactly the smallest minion 3 times. Okay.
That is awful. Okay, so you play multicaster, you freeze. You probably save the Mana Biscuit because you just want to have maximum activations of Mozaki at this point.
I honestly don't know how to tell when you should prioritize having more mana available or more spell damage, but yeah, he does have double flow played, so fair enough. Potentially triple flow, right? There is no way to get this gift to draw a card, right? Because there's Ice Barrier.
Don't think so, no.
Yeah, this is exactly 1 damage short.
And copying the 18-18 feels awful because it doesn't unfreeze at the end of your turn. So it's going to be a whole extra turn before you even get to attack.
Oh, really? I thought it would unfreeze. Oh.
I'm pretty sure. I think I've seen that interaction before.
Okay, we'll find out. Because the original is going to unfreeze at the end of the turn, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I might be wrong. My brain is telling me that it won't, but
But you know, you're kind of right because it has a summoning sickness.
Right. Yeah.
Out of, which means that the freeze still has to negate a further attack. That would make sense. Okay.
Yeah.
But then it's not a true copy of the 1920.
Yeah.
Oh no, my brain is going in circles now because every other copy effect doesn't give charge, so... Yeah.
Test, must test.
No Mazaki still.
How?
Cards left in deck. Does he have to use a cram session to try and find it? Oh my goodness.
So how do you survive, right? What do you actually need to clear? How much damage is on the board? There's 20, 30 exactly, right? So you can play Ice Barrier and probably survive. In which case, you don't have to play Cram Session yet. I think you save that for one extra turn just because of how much better it is with Mazaki.
Or
I don't even think you play the Biscuits.
My mistake. It's only one flow so far, right? Because these spells cost one.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I guess he is just banking all the mana he possibly can. No time to Shattering Blast. Still questioning that pick overall. But he has seen that Lamby's already blessed up, right? So in terms of getting more damage compared to what we already see on board, it's not that much reach. 22, 27, 30, plus the Fortitude is 33?
I count the same, which is 2 off.
Lamby can maneuver it to get a draw with the Gift of the Naru this time. But it would, of course, heal MegaGliscor up for 3. So is there any draw that would give him 5 extra damage? Not even Bless would do... Oh, Bless on the 1/5 would do that, right?
Sacrifice 3 to make up. Yeah, I think it would just work, right?
So he's going for it. Oh, wait, but he attacked with a 1/5, so another Bless would not have worked.
22.
I think.
Yeah.
It's just very confusing things at this point.
It is really
He's
tough.
even used double Bless. Maybe I'm just inventing outs.
Oh, okay. There's Mazaki off the top, though, for MegaGliscor. And obviously the one thing that Lamby didn't want to see. I don't want to call this necessarily lethal quite yet because MegaGliscor has used up a huge amount of his cheap spells. But obviously it's very likely to be lethal here.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say this is 100%.
Okay, fair enough.
He can draw the entire rest of his deck with the Cram Session. Is the thing.
Yeah.
He shuffled the Ignites first, so it's going to get...
Yeah, it's lethal.
Yep, Hot Streak, then Cram Session. Right? Okay, sure. I guess this is going to draw the perfect amount without overdrawing if he ordered it very deliberately this way.
Well, look at that. No fatigue. Very important. We've seen that go wrong before. Okay, Ignite, Trade, Ignite. Kind of close, actually. It's like exact mana that's able to get there. It's a little bit tighter than I thought it would be.
Doesn't he have 2 spare? Or am I...
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, sorry. Okay. It is too fair. I wasn't factoring in the hot streak. There we go. Okay, MegaGliscor able to get the win. As I was saying, kind of expected, even though it took a weird roundabout scenic route to get there with the Mage. Just freezing everything, transforming everything. Again, a weird mid-game from MegaGliscor. I think those devolving missiles, despite being such aces in the hole for him, were used in just strange ways, like on a Malagos with no buffs played on it. Really, you know, do you have to use it there instead of just saving it to transform it after it's had the buff effect? I don't know. I trust that he's played it a lot more than I have, but even so, it felt a little bit liberal with his usage of his key cards.
I mean, I understand that he felt something had to be done about the Malagos, but I thought the action to take was to freeze it in case there was like Mount Bless, for example, as opposed to devolving it. You could make the argument that you're sometimes afraid of a generated focused will
True.
That would unfreeze the Malagos and give it health, and then you apply the buffs after the silence. But that feels also like a bit of a far-off world. This devolving was still hilarious to me.
That was fun.
That one was not GliveScore's fault, but it still managed to work out. In the end, his patience pays off. Lamby's reaction there, I mean, it's just kind of that feeling you get sometimes playing around Mozaki Mage, where it's been clear for many turns that they didn't have it, and you're already feeling it. All right, one more turn and I get there, and then they get it at the end, and somehow that feels worse than dying on turn 6.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, they didn't draw the one card that makes them win the game until they're bottom 5. I'm so unlucky. Can't I just get it one time? It's at that point so unlikely that they don't have it. And it's kind of a similar story with the Weapon Rogue, where instead of looking for the Mozaki, you're of course looking for that Swine Tusk Shank. It's so crucial in pretty much all of these matchups to find it right at the start. However, taking a look at all lambyseries decks, he is vipered up nicely in both his Warrior and his Burn Shaman, with one in each, which should be able to make those matchups slightly more favorable. And then the Priest versus Rogue is just a weird matchup in general here, where, you know, the fact that Rogue is essentially just not interacting with board at all for the majority of the game does allow Priest to just get these incredibly large minions without having to worry about being swamped down at the start at all. But even then, similarly to against the Mage, that's just not good enough most of the time.
Yeah, that's right. I think the Priest is just as vulnerable to Cloak of Shadows as almost every other deck in this meta, right? Anything that requires targeting to actually kill their opponent, the Rogue can abuse. There is something to be said about the Priest's capability of generating taunts through Draconic Studies and applying the Alec Mount buff to certain minions. And because this version from MegaGliscor doesn't include minion removal, no prize plunderers, no corers, that type of thing, taunts can be a bit of a sticking point, and I would wager that's the reason we see him keep the Shadowcrafter scabs.
I think it's got to be Renew here, just to give yourself the a card that actually kind of benefits off of being reduced by palm readings. But for MegaGliscor on the other side, this hand is just the absolute nuts, right? Like Coin Weapon, you could even go prep Silverleaf now if you wanted to draw an extra card immediately whilst also getting the damage online.
But he's taking it very slow. Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, you did say Lamby's vipered up, but not in this deck. He's only blessed up here. Blessed and highly vipered. Call of the Grave. Is there a Death Rattle minion that would be useful? I guess Light Shower Elemental?
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Like, getting it into your hand is pretty good as well. There's no Death Rattle Destroyer weapon, I don't think, at the moment, is there, that I can think of?
No.
They're just kind of the most generically good.
If there were, it would be in Chonsu and Gur's lists.
True. Okay. I thought it might end up being a Nixia, but I guess with no...
Oh, Mida Pure Light. Card designed by Cora Georgiou herself. That's gotta be good.
Yeah, you know it. You have to pick it, or it's just disrespectful. Come on.
Come on. Well,
is he not sure if it would summon there for a second? I don't know.
I mean, nobody's really played Korak, so fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's playing.
I didn't think it would summon.
Oh, really?
It says trigger the death rattle, and it says if it wasn't honorably killed.
Oh, no,
nothing was killed at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Okay, interaction school is just today for me. Sorry.
And it's actually pretty sick here, right? Being able to go Korak, Psych Split on another Korak, Bless Psych Split on one of the Koraks as well.
True. I mean, MegaGliscor will be saving this coin for the scabs almost certainly. Yeah. Can commit the Silverleaf though, just keep the cycle going.
Why not?
And imagine this was an arena board for Lamby, just completely unbeatable.
Yes, if Shadow Priest was in a sorry, if this Miracle Priest was in Arena, I agree, it would be pretty good.
I think it's not too far off to imagine that somebody drafts or discovers a Korak and they just have a Psyche split. Like, how do you beat that?
Go for it, Gia. Go stomp some Arena noobs.
Okay, I dug my own grave on that one.
Tread lightly. I mean, it's
Dara, come on, relax. It's just Arena. Studies again, sure.
I really thought it would be Bless plus Psych split here, but I guess just making an unkillable board is good enough for him.
The thing is, like, you sometimes want to bait the rogue into thinking they're safe enough to not play Cloak of Shadows, and if you play the Bless face up, they already kind of know what you're planning.
And it's a weird spot now for MegaGliscor where he has that one cloak for this turn if he wanted to go for it, but he doesn't necessarily have the second one for next turn. I think you can probably get away with playing it on this turn because you have passage for the following turn, right? But by killing off a minion here, interestingly enough, it looks like he's just going for the pure control route and not playing the cloak on this turn.
Yeah, I think he should be comfortable enough in surviving here. It's not possible for Lamby to go Elec and Bless, even if both of them had a discount from palm reading on this next turn. So MegaGliscor is alive. And he also kind of knows that if he sinks 5 damage in Lamby's face, that's just a very small matter for Lamby to immediately re-heal. He is committing a Wicked Stab, though, I think more for hand space reasons than anything else.
Yeah, 100%. So you know that coin scabs is a very, very high likelihood. Coin has been kept in hand this entire time, and a card has been kept in hand this entire time as well, in addition to the coin. And so how are we best playing around this as lambyseries? Do you just cash in the Bless now to do the damage immediately?
Well, it's the turn after still. Like, MegaGliscor.
Yes, no, yeah, I appreciate that.
So my instinct would be to just build up the board even further in this one turn before the Scabs window isn't open yet. But then you have to worry about Cloak of Shadows. There's just no great way to feel safe around all of those possibilities. So he's committing Elec Mount at least. Bless is very, very much lethal from this point, and MegaGliscor has pretty much all the information to work with. The thing is, the taunt is a big deal in that it prevents the 7 damage weapon going face at least.
Yeah, big deal.
So it becomes Cloak Wicked Stab face, most likely.
I wonder if you actually just save that. Now that you've got coin scabs, like you can get a real big combo going with the Guild Trader, Sinister, Wicked Stab, Garrot even as well.
Man, you know what would have been cool if Lamby just copied okasinnsuke somehow and made his hand so full that playing Scabs would leave the 4/7 Elec from the Death Rattle.
And also the Koraks would re-summon, right? Because they weren't honorably killed as they were bounced back to hand.
Is that how? Oh my god, I don't know.
I mean, surely, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately, I don't think he can draw that much more. Maybe the Sethic version could do that.
Yeah, that would actually be so sick. I didn't even think about that.
But yeah, all of the generation effects are spend 1 to create another card, so there's no way to get up to 10 cards this turn for Lamby, which is strangely his only like theoretical protection against Scabs. There's just no other interaction in the deck that allows you to play around that effectively.
Yeah, he'd have to like play Malagos on this turn, which is just obviously completely infeasible.
Sarah?
Or Sarah, yeah.
I was still thinking filling the hand. It's a moot point after Scabs is played. Never mind, never mind.
Okay.
One turn too late. Oh.
Yeah. Hero power plus... I don't know, do you even want to play anything here? Like, maybe not.
I just don't think it's necessary.
Agree.
You won't overdraw yet, right? Oh, wait, sorry. Is this a double draw weapon?
Okay, hero power, wicked stab, sure.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the mana to play all the Wicked Stabs and Sinister Strikes with Guild Trader next turn anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the game, I think.
I think so too. If you can get exactly Nazmani here, which is likely, and then go palm reading,
Somehow get
Nazmani gift.
double Shadow or Devour or Holy Nova, I guess. He's doing a little pop off if the train just ends too quickly, right? I don't think it is possible, let alone likely, to get the Alec Mount played, so Nabi's just gonna throw it down there, and MegaGliscor takes another victory with the Weapon Rogue right off the bat with the keep of the Scabs and being on coin. I think this was a conclusion that you could come to pretty reasonably, just laying out the fact that the Vanish effect has always been so powerful against any deck that applies buffs, and then like that's exacerbated by the fact that Priest, the only thing they want to do is play 2 to 3 minions and buff them.
Yes, yeah. It's an interesting way that it can work out, and sorry, with the remaining matchup left over for MegaGliscor being the Priest as the one remaining archetype up against lambyseries Priest in its own right, that is going to get very, very spicy indeed. I think that I still favor probably MegaGliscor just because of the power of, as we so often see in these matchups, you play your big threats, everything gets silenced, and then you usually enter like a post-pop-off scrappy endgame. And I think for MegaGliscor, his own late game capabilities are significantly bolstered because of all the generation that is afforded you by the Sethic Veilweavers. So I don't know about you, but I'm thinking that MegaGliscor should still be just about in the lead here in what could be the final game of the series.
Yeah, I'd agree. We are going to see this Rally Priest, which I've always been excited about, just because it plays so differently in terms of the balances you need to try and hit to go for the combo, because there's so many different routes you can take. 1 Nazmani, 2 Sethic, 2 Nazmani, 1 Sethic, even going in without any Sethics at all if you feel your hand has enough value to begin with. And then when to play all of these combo pieces, right? You could go Nazmani on curve even and be okay even if it gets dealt with because you play Raise Dead, because you play Rally. And then there's also the Drekthar on top of all of those equations, right? This is a card that you don't want to get corrupted off of Insight, but it's so useful for just pulling out your many combo pieces, especially when you don't really have the room to run Horn of the Rathian compared to regular Miracle Priest.
All right, Sethic in hand, Rally in hand. Holy Smite, you know, in the old mirrors, you would often go for keeping Holy Smite to be able to kill off an opposing Sethic. But given that it's mainly Nazmani's now, I think just keeping a Sethic Veilweaver is probably the way to go. And with Nazmani plus palm reading picked up, it looks like we might finally, for the first time this season, get to see this Sethic Veilweaver version do what it is famous for doing.
Yep, generating a whole bunch of cards and a whole bunch of value, which I do think puts this version ahead in the mirror, because both decks still do, of course, have access to Shard of the Naru. So any initial buffs that hit either side of the board, you expect completely to be answered, and you're not going to get those sudden blessed lethals out of nowhere. There's a bit more of a delicate dance of back and forth value trades with the minions that stick around, and the deck that has more overall value to it, more overall minion threats, will pull in the lead. And on average, the Rally version, because of Sethic Veilweaver, should put together way more generation spells. 1 Sethic already hits the board for MegaGliscor though, even without any combo potential, just because it's like actually impossible for Lamby to kill it. He can silence it, but it's not worth it on just 1 minion.
Absolutely right. And yeah, I guess you go palm reading. I'm looking at if you go for the shadows first, just to be able to get a more valuable card to discount, like another gift, a powered feast, yeah, a renew, something that's just very, very cheap. But in the end, he just lets rip with the palm readings right away, which I think is fine. And honestly, gets himself 3 very valid options here.
Yeah.
I think it's the renew because you're playing the Sethic version, but it's really close.
All of them are in the deck. I'm honestly tempted by Rally because that would give him the license to just play Nazmani next turn, even if he doesn't get amazing value.
Okay.
And if the board gets cleared or silenced, sorry, it has to be cleared for the Rally to, of course, get any value. But if it's silenced already, you've pulled out a silence effect on only 2 minions, which you are then able to still just buff.
And lambyseries' own hand is just getting juicier and juicier in its own right. Like, it's got to be palm reading on this turn, I think. You could trade away the shard first, but I do like that he's holding on to it here.
And I would like to see him hold the smite, even if it's playable on the Sethic here. Just that 0 cost spell is just worth too much fuel on a Nazmani turn to part with here. Like, you accept that maybe best case for MegaGliscor, on 4 mana with 1 palm reading played, maybe the Sethic discounts or generates 3 to 4 extra cards, which is a big deal, make no mistake, but like, you have no idea of how to value whether those extra cards are useful or not.
What's happened?
I think maybe he wanted to play the Devourer before the 1/1 appeared, because now he has to like play Devourer on the 1/1, or else he can't.
That's
get
fine
more
though.
Discounts. Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable if you're trying to maximize discounts, but depends how much health you want on your other minions, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Whoa, Raised Dead is not bad at all either. Another gift, another Raised Dead. Like, all of these are super tempting.
I like the shard though. That's the one thing he was missing, was in case Lamby goes for the counter pop off, a way to easily deal with it. Because even though he has Soul Mirror, let's say Lamby has a bunch of Nazmanis with Divine Shield, you can copy and have them attack, but you still haven't gotten rid of the Nazmani itself.
Dying with the Fortitude, as we've seen many players do, even if it doesn't necessarily give you maximum discounts, it just gets so much more expensive the more you play it. And so here he's obviously just praying that he discounts Gift of Luminance as the next card, but you have to start questioning how willing to go all in are you?
Yeah, it's not looking good. Odds weren't especially likely to get that. And the contrast between this turn, if Luminance were playable and if not, is just miles and miles apart, right? Once you get the Luminance, then you get actually extra discounts from all the 0 cost spells. You can likely play the other Nazmani and then the Psyche Split. But even then, that board is actually still just weak to a single shard on the other side. So maybe Lamby is just hoping to bait out some removal this turn and try and get a good mana sink for the next turn, like Draconic Studies or Malagos.
Okay, blessing up, getting some damage face, trading off all these minions as well, getting more value from the Sethic. That is a fantastic card to generate. I think you can just keep going with those other cheaper targetable spells in hand just to keep discounting that Psych Split as much as possible.
It's really close because if Lamby manages to deal with this board, then you want to rally, right, to regenerate your threats. But then if you don't have any fuel, then the train for not just the discounts on the Psyche Split, but whatever you get off of Sethic also runs a bit dry. So I think GivePLZ's patience is fine here, because it's not as though Lamby can just leave this board, right?
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's definitely fine. I was just thinking, like, if you discount the Psych Split, that's such a good first spell to use with Rally to get yourself another Sethic or a Nazmani, probably more likely. But we'll have to see. The silence coming down is a big deal because MegaGliscor now has no active effect on his minions and no dead no dead Nazmani Bloodweavers either, right?
Correct. Yeah, just Sethic.
So this Rally is kind of shaky in terms of what it's actually doing right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't think it's necessary here. Like,
Wow.
Like, I was happy for MegaGliscor to just like go Power Word Fortitude and then call it a day. Because that's already enough pressure that, you know, at some point Lamby has to blink.
Oh.
Wow.
Can he actually get down the Fortitudes on this turn? Like, maybe, right? Not quite.
Well, that's another targetable. Yeah, I think they're gonna cost 1 mana, right?
Yeah, you need a 0 mana targetable, which I don't think exists. So, yeah.
Still a very respectable board here.
Oh, yeah.
MegaGliscor just saying he just doesn't need discounts, right? He just wanted value, and that's absolutely right. Lamby, yes, he can silence this board, but he is just slowly dying to all the 2-attack minions, and he doesn't even have second shard in hand right now.
I don't really see much of a way back in for him, to be perfectly honest. He's got Nazmani, Gift, Psych Split on this turn, plus the Desperate Prayer, plus the Blackwing. I don't even know if sorry, plus the Devourer. I don't know if that allows him to play the Blackwing. I would guess yes, just about, yeah.
But at best, the Runaway Blackwing kills off a 3/4. And the other Sethic is still just there. I mean, that's a pretty clutch pick if the board had panned out in such a way where MegaGliscor only had 2 to 3 threats, and he could remove all of the Sethics and have the rest silenced, for example.
Oh, this is so sick, isn't it? All this generation, he's never, ever, ever runs out of threats now.
Nope. 3 Fortitude.
Palm. Not interested in Palm. Okay, sure.
Oh, he wants to play the
I guess.
0 cost and then discount. Maximum
So
greed.
greedy. Stormpike? That's pretty sick here as well, right? Just to give everything plus 3 health.
True. Only thing he's potentially scared of is Soul Mirror and Hysteria, and you know, with too much health on the minions, the Soul Mirror doesn't even clear the board. If Lamby had generated Soul Mirror into Shard, does that ever give him a chance? Oh, he's kind of dead on board.
I don't see it. Yeah, he's just dying straight up. Okay, that can get him Malagos. Like he can reach that point. He can reach the critical mass that you need to do, I think, with the number of discounts he has available here, I think. But if he gets Malagos, he's not going to be able to play it, right? Because it will soak up too much mana, so he's kind of just more so hoping to play the Blackwing here and maybe copy it with Gift of Luminance and hit exactly both the 5-attack minions, and then he's still dead. I don't know. It's such a convoluted series of plays that I just don't think exists right here.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible either. I mean, props to finding the out of copying Runaway Blackwing. That's just one way to find removal in a deck that just does not exist. But there's just not enough value in this version to beat the Sethic version.
I mean, the out here realistically is copy Sethic, play Devour, and hit like the absolute perfect series draws. Like I don't even know how you could do it, but it has to be. It's the only chance he has here, I think.
Well, here we go.
And it's over.
Like, renew. Yeah, double discount on the Blackwing. Insta throw it down, and that is MegaGliscor going up to win the entire series.
That's it. 3-0, quick as you like. lambyseries, the winner of last week, doesn't even make it past groups this week. It didn't feel like too much of a misplay in terms of the actual in-game play. I think that was all pretty much fine. It was just the Priest. Just did absolutely nothing. 3 games in a row, Mage, Rogue, Priest, couldn't get a single game where it even felt like he was close to getting there. As MegaGliscor, like, I don't want to call it an anti-Priest lineup, but it felt like, honestly, every one of his decks, whether or not he intended it to or not, had a really good matchup against Miracle Priest.
Yeah. Maybe that was his intention. I could see a priest, warrior, shaman bucket being pretty popular indeed, but a lot of our players have been sort of heads up in following the meta and sort of the rise and fall of Miracle Priest. It definitely feels as though the Malagos version is stocks down now, especially since it feels like the only reason people are bringing Rally Priest in the first place is to beat the mirror.
True.
It's kind of similar to the argument of Kazaka's Token Druid versus Kazaka's Armor Druid. When it comes to Trio in particular, where you might expect one particular archetype to be very highly represented, it can make sense to go for a deck that is weaker in theory against the rest of the field, but it's just good in that one matchup that you're trying to target. So MegaGliscor will be the player to join Bank Yugi through Group D, playing tomorrow on Saturday. Very, very happy how the brackets have panned out, because I feel that we've gotten a very good representation of players that didn't get so much screen time last week, but are showing it up this week.
Exactly right. Bank Yugi still just dominating the first day of play, both weeks in a row here, even if he hasn't got much further than that so far. lambyseries, like you said, it's a big turnaround, with the really scary thing, I think, being for Hyung, who really needs to pick up a win next week. 100% needs to make it into the top 8, and if not, needs to get like a semi-finals, maybe even a second, to really turn this around. Because again, it's only half the players that get to go to playoffs, with the other half just being relegated out. And with him being close to the bottom, it's looking like he may be in that bottom half. But that is us all wrapped up, I believe, for the day here. Nice and quick second half to the day, with Chonsu and GivePLZ just playing at lightning fast speed, and lambyseries graciously losing at lightning fast speed there as well, with his priest just absolutely falling apart. But very well played to all of our players. Cannot wait to see how things are going to be going tomorrow. We get to see Alu Temu. We get to see Alan's very spicy lineup with his Ping Mage making it into the fray here in APAC, if you can believe such a thing. Cannot wait to see how that one's going to go down. But thank you so much for watching us today. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow, but for now, it's going to be a short break of, I believe, about an hour before we head over to Europe. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lamby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.